Right. So we should be live now. I think it works. So hello everyone, and welcome to I think a quite anticipated book review, which is, as you can see, the Crystal Star. I'm joined by Pico, Greyholm, and oh no, Pico, Archbishop of the Cult of Waru, of course, important distinction, and Marcel, the Revanchist. Hey guys, first of all, thanks for joining me. And I guess we'll just start how we always start, which is let's go around the clock. Maybe tell us when you last read the book and what you thought of it, like for your first thoughts.
Am I starting? Okay.
Yeah.
I first read this a couple weeks ago. There's some really good stuff in here. Everything to do with the kids is amazing.
Yep.
I can't say the same about the rest of it, but we'll get there.
We'll get there. Yeah. That's just Marcel. What did you think about?
So I first read this book and last read it in its entirety last year in I want to say June or I think it was July. And the reason why is because I had read most, like if not all of the Bantam books back in the day, but everybody kept saying on the message boards, Crystal Star is the worst book of all. Don't bother with it. Don't read it. So I skipped it. And then, I don't know, we got to talking about it last year and I'm like, okay, I got to read this book. So I picked it up and I read it and I thought it was incredible. It's one of my favorite books in the expanded universe. I know I acknowledge that there are a lot of terrible parts to it, but that just makes it better for me. It's like the Room of the expanded universe. Like
I honestly think you're an insane person if you think this is one of the worst books in the EU.
Yeah, no, it's far away. Far away. Even from the worst Bantam books, very far away from that, yeah.
And Matt Wilkins now admits that.
It just had that reputation, and I think it was a reputation that grew. It's like kind of like groupthink, like it grew in the 90s and just perpetuated through the early
No one
2000s.
reread it to check.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think in
like
context, though.
Hate, but
yeah, exactly. In context,
but Denning hate's far more deserved.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Greyholm, what did you think about the book?
Well, I first read it in 2020 after the Callister trilogy. I think I reread the first two then, and I read Planet of Twilight for the first time. And The Crystal Star, at the time, I didn't love it. And yeah, it was one of my worst few books. I know, heresy. But things changed over time, especially when I reread it. I think it was last year. I think second half, maybe around September or possibly September or maybe November. I reread it. This is the first time in hard copy. It was my first hardcover EU book, which is very satisfying. And I initially read it just to see why Noah and everyone else thought so highly of it. I did not go in with very high expectations, but I was very thoroughly surprised, especially since that was a chronological order read.
Oh, yeah.
So look, it's probably the best thing about the book. Closely followed, of course, by our Lord and Savior, Waru. Praise be.
Yeah, we'll get to him as well. Yes, so I have very mixed things about it because, like back in the day, where I found Noah, that was on Reddit, and on Reddit Noah was a bit more honest with like, oh yeah, it's sort of a weird book. But then I also got in the Discord and heard people like actually praise it as though it's you call it the Cult of Waru in your name, so basically as though the book has its own cult. And I was like,
funnily enough, if you read the Cult Encounters, the companion to Supernatural Encounters, which was already released a few years ago, there actually is an explicit mention of a Cult of Waru that is canon in the EU.
Okay.
It exists.
I believe so. People were quite People were quite crazy about it in the book, like literally in the book. So yeah, I can see it happening. No, but I basically agree. I'm far away from believing this is even a bad book. Definitely not the worst one. Very far away from that. I'm not quite sold on the love for it, but I
Yeah.
agree the solo children were for me by far the best part of the book. Other parts probably difficult to say. We'll get into the details more, but yeah, I think I enjoyed it overall. There was a lot of stuff that I would have been sad if I didn't experience, and yeah, I guess overall, so it was good, I would say. So, I suppose let's just start with the first chapter.
Start with the
the fir-
cover? No?
Oh no, yeah, you're right. My bad. Let's start with the cover.
I got you.
Oh, of course, can always trust you. So,
Oh, it's Christopher Nelson's thing. He has the full cover art now, like the original one somehow.
oh yeah, I remember. If you want to, you can pull it up. Maybe you can screenshot it so I can pull it up, because that's better than this picture. Definitely. If you find it, we don't have to, but
Hang on. Oh, I can get it. Yep.
Yeah.
Also, Chris Nelson might be the person, like the only person in the world who has the most different copies of the Crystal Star.
How many does he have?
It's like over 6 or 7. It's probably he
Jesus.
has foreign cover versions. He has like the misprint
Okay,
version.
so
Nice.
Yeah,
he has both versions of the misprint.
both versions of the
He has
misprint.
the Witchfire cover with the Crystal Star inside, and the Crystal Star cover with Witchfire inside.
Yep.
He also has the Legends paperback, like the Bandit one, the original paperback, the original hardcover, and a bunch of foreign editions like the Russian one and I think the German one,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe a few others.
Yeah, I
And
mean
now
the
he
German
has
one.
the original cover art.
Did it get a science fiction book club release too? I thought it did.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Oh yes,
there is
he
some
did. He got
different
the
ones, yeah.
Science Fiction Book Club one too.
Yep.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
That's right.
The-
Okay,
yeah,
Dan, here you go. I'll
Send
send
me
you the
the-
link.
in the Discord, you mean? Oh, I see. Wait. It's just. Okay, yeah. So let's get this away.
I never really noticed the falcon on the back, and it looks really nice.
Yeah, it's on the for me on the in the German version. It's on the back side. Yeah. So there you go. Exactly. That's the full cover. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah.
So beautiful.
I guess we can just talk about it a bit. I do like I suppose that is the Crystal Star,
The
titanium,
titular.
the titular Crystal Star in the background. I mean, it has a pretty nice effect to it, I would say. The weirdest face would probably be Luke for me. I don't know what it is, but it's something about his eyes that looks off for me, as though he is like on drugs a bit or something, or he's tired. I don't know.
Doesn't that fill the book
That
though?
makes sense given the
Yeah.
event of the book.
I suppose so. Yeah, you could say that.
And there's also Callister.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Callister, that was a thing that happened. Yeah, no, you could say that. That makes sense.
That was a thing that had happened.
That's
The less
We've
said
had-
again, the better.
we've had 3 streams about it. We said all there is to say.
That's right.
No
That's
need
right.
to defoul the Waru one even more.
We'll talk
Though,
about
of
that
course, we
retcon
have to get
after, I
back to
guess.
her in Fate of the
Oh.
Jedi.
Oh yeah, we'll come to that at
That's
some point.
way later. That's
Yep,
Um,
way later.
3 years from now. Easy.
Yeah. We have, I mean, Shuihan and Leia, they look nice. It's actually funny. So I showed it to Pico in the German cover. The book cover cuts off right above Leia's eyes. Don't ask me why. It just is like that. It's more zoomed in. And yeah, you have the Falcon. It looks pretty nice. I think it's probably one of the better ones. Yeah, I don't know who this guy. Whether that's Hethri, I don't think it is.
I thought it was
looks-
Tigris.
Yeah. Well, he looks almost like a military, like he's holding some kind of like baton or
Yep.
gun or something
Yeah.
like that. So is he one of maybe like the procurators or not procurators? What are those guys called who guard the
Proctors?
children. Proctors.
Proctors,
that's
yeah,
it,
yeah. He might be.
And
That could be it, yeah.
his boot seems to have a gun too.
Yeah, like yes,
Hans gun,
like a
the
knife or
DL-44.
something. Yeah,
Yeah.
that might be. Yeah, I couldn't recognize it. It probably is something like that. Yeah, he does have a helmet on, so I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it looks nice, I would say. So, oh, notice the 666 on. Wait, what?
Is he trolling?
Oh no, there actually is something that looks like a 666. Yeah, next to the, I don't know what it's called, the engines, like the blue. There's actually something that looks like 666.
I
So,
don't know what to say about that.
No
yeah.
comment.
Who knows? Wanda might have been quite the lady. Who knows what she believed? Yeah. So the snow was too much. Quit midway. Yeah. Okay, Fabi. Time for a ban. Yeah, Fabi hasn't been in the chat since, so who knows? Maybe Graham is secretly also in control of my channel. Why did you get your ass on the fucking stream? You wanted to come on. Okay. Yeah. So I guess let's just start with the first chapter.
Let's start with the first sentence, even.
The first sentence, even better. Yeah. So the literal first sentence of the book is the kids were kidnapped. I mean, it's sort of the banter meme, like, oh, it's the weekly kidnapping of the solo kids. I have to admit it was the first time I actually, like, I usually don't laugh. You know, I don't vocally laugh. I just like something like that. And this was the first time I actually had to laugh because I was, oh god, yeah, we're actually going down that road, and we're gonna kidnap them, I guess. I mean, it's whatever. It's just something I thought was funny. It's not a big deal or anything, but it almost seemed self-aware. I don't know if it was supposed to be, but
You know what's
yeah.
funny about that line is that it sounds like it could almost be part of like an opening scroll for one of the movies. Like episode 3 is like war! Exclamation.
War!
The kids were kidnapped.
That's true. I mean, it does catch your
Never
attention.
thought of that.
The kids were kidnapped.
It might actually be that, yeah.
It sounds like the start of TCW.
Oh yeah,
Like just
with, like, the
Tom
announcer.
Kane just belting off one of those opening lines.
The kids were kidnapped.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that was. I mean, it was just. Yeah, exactly.
Oh god.
Luke Skywalker has vanished.
That's not from any Star Wars film that I recognize, but
Is it from? I could almost expect it's from some book. Like it
no,
might
it's
just.
from,
Be...
I think it's from episode 7.
It is TFA.
Oh. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank God I don't remember that. That's actually a good sign for me. So.
Oh, wait. I think that we also need to pull up the Russian cover before we go into it.
Let's
Yes.
see if I find it.
The one with the trees
I
of
just sent
background?
it in Allgemein.
Oh,
Yes.
you have. Okay.
I think it's
Oh.
absolutely beautiful, and we should all bow down in reverence to
The
this,
Dead
which
Sea.
only Christopher Nelson has.
God, they really leaned into that trope with the sequels, didn't they?
The Dead Speak.
Yeah, it's like sentence.
Yeah. The Dead speak on Fortnite.
The Dead did indeed speak on Fortnite. And that's canon to the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. So wait. Dawn of the Galactica.
Yes.
Okay, I'm trying to.
I love how there's like Luke, Leia, and Han.
You can read
And then there's
Russian?
like below there's Luke, Leia, and Han again.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. It's Cyrillic, and Serbian is also in Cyrillic. So they have like
Okay.
some different letters, but most of them are the same. So Zvezdnir, that's like the star, and Vojny, I think that. I mean, that usually stands for like army. So I don't know if I'm just. Perhaps it's different. Yeah. Now here.
Oh, Christopher Nelson's in the comments.
Yeah, he is.
Yes.
Yeah, he is.
Now this is welcome, Chris Nelson. I'm surprised that you are here. Yeah, we're gonna do some pod racing here, definitely.
Dissecting.
Dissecting. Oh no, here
For
there's
those people who don't know about this. The initial Russian covers all had Trusa Bakura on the top, and then they would rip off art from, I think, West End Games. No, sorry, that was Dutch. No, they would rip off original trilogy concept art by Ralph McQuarrie and just paste it there underneath the Trusa Bakura Handukan layer.
I see.
They did this for a good, maybe 20 Bantam books. Can't remember.
Except for Heir to the Empire, which used Dark Empire.
Yes. So that one Magnino Alex really likes for obvious reasons. I guess they also use the original art for a few books like Courtship of Princess Leia and the Crystal Star, but Jedi Academy trilogy and the Thrawn trilogy, well, 3 of the 4 Thrawn trilogy, I think that 4 books. The
Wait, what do you mean 3 of the 4 Thrawn trilogy? It doesn't make sense what you just said.
I'm pretty sure that there are 4 Russian books for the Thrawn trilogy.
Okay.
I think.
You mean like Hand of Thrawn is a trilogy?
I think
German.
they split up The Last Command or something. Yeah.
Might be, yeah. That might be something that's true. Yeah, okay, so I was just thinking, yeah, that's Star and that's War, so that obviously just means Star Wars. That's Vonda McIntyre and Crystal Star. Yeah, I mean I like the Bakura art and I do like the Crystal Star art. It does look a bit out of place. I mean, it's a weird mix, to say the least. But yeah,
it's better than having Naked Palpatine underneath Trusa Bakura for Heir to the Empire.
I don't know that it is. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
It has its charm, Why not?
True.
The 4 Russian Thrawn trilogy books. I would like to know, because the German books actually have, they have different names. So the German Hand of Thrawn trilogy, it has different names actually. So it's not just Vision of the Future Part 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, post it in the Discord to Noah.
I found an eBay site with a lot of these old covers. So let me see if I can dig up the old picture that
I got Heir to the Empire. There you go.
Okay.
It actually.
Which chat did I send it in?
Why did they do this?
Are we don't know. Are we going to throw it up? Okay.
Yeah, here it is.
Oh God.
I mean, yeah. Only Vernus. I don't know what that means. That's obviously against Star Wars. Nasletnik Imperi. Yeah, that's Heir to the Empire. Timothy Zahn. Yeah, it's I mean, Palpatine is...
Oh, sorry. I was going to say I'm going to get a Kickstarter going so that we could buy Alex a copy of this and ship it to California.
I mean, yeah, why not? They have that charm, I guess.
No, I lost it.
When Nathan Butler was selling his collection, maybe Alex could have bought it then.
Did he have this in his collection?
He did.
Yeah,
because he was learning Russian. He wanted to
wait. What
that he read already?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. That's It's a cover.
I think I lost a picture.
I never knew that was
good.
a thing. That looks actually hilarious. Yeah. I guess let's just go on until you've found different covers that you want to show, because they're fun.
I'll drag it up somewhere.
Yeah. So something you immediately notice in the first chapter, and as at least Graham and I already said, we would consider the best part of the book, is that they try to immediately make distinctions between all 3 of the solo children. So to slowly start to give them their own thing. Basically, Anakin is still sort of the toddler, the little one. He's perhaps the least quote unquote personality, if you could call it that, because he's the smallest.
He's the least developed. Because of age.
I mean that's not a problem. It's totally appropriate, of course. You get and it's actually nice because that's not only building character, but it's also sort of a setup for later parts of the book, that Jaina specifically is interested in being a mechanic. She likes to take all sorts of objects, like electric objects, and and build them apart and build them together again. That's sort of her thing that she's interested in. She has like her multifunctional tool, or whatever you want to call it, like her, the tool that she always uses for some technology. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which is nice, and like I said, it actually achieves something later on in the book. Here, wait.
Which one do you think is actually Truce
I went
Bakura?
on a Russian eBay website and I found this.
I guess is this
Okay, the funny
archetype
thing
or
is the
something?
actual Russian Truce of Bakura is no, that's Jedi Academy trilogy. So the
Oh.
actual Russian Truce of Bakura follows a later format of the Russian covers, which they followed basically after they stopped putting Truce of Bakura at the top, funnily enough. So,
Of course.
it basically is a zoomed out version of the original English cover, but with a black border where it sort of like fades out. So for Truce of Bakura, it actually looks better than the English one because you can see that fiery explosion-y thing with the handshake even better because it's smaller and all of it fits into. That's not Star Wars.
that?
I don't know what that is.
But
It's
no,
probably
it
some
is.
pulp fantasy thing.
It says Lucas,
That's Star Wars.
and
Isn't
this
that the-
says
No
this
way.
this says Star Wars, and this is, I think this is a J probably, and Lucas. I mean, it is something with
Oh.
Lucas and Star Wars on the cover. I was assuming this
We
was
need to
called
find out
Chip.
what that is.
That's the official cover for Supernatural Encounters.
That would actually be fun. I would pay money for that. Yeah,
Russian supernatural encounters. I wonder if Christopher Nelson knows what that is.
Wait,
So
He probably would.
maybe while we wait for Chris to answer in the chat if he does know what it is, I was gonna say for the first chapter, I don't know if you guys felt this way, but it almost had like a fairy tale quality to it.
Yes. I was
Like
going
the
to say the
kids,
exact same thing. actually.
the kids get captured
Absolutely.
and they're like in the forest, right? It's like Hans
Yep.
Christian Andersen or something like that.
and you immediately
Actually,
get
the whole book from the kids' like whenever you go to the kids' perspective, it really feels like a fairy tale. Now that I think about it, the main reason I really wish that we got the fairy tales books by was it Whitman?
Whitman, yeah.
Is because the Crystal Star did the Solar Kids' perspective so well, like a fairy tale.
Yeah, I could have liked that because it read really nicely, and here you have this. I think in chapter 1 you already have the, what was it? Was it the werewolf? I actually I wrote it down somewhere. It's
WYRWOLF.
You get werewolves, you get dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had
Yes.
the Star Wars fairy tale series. It probably would have been fun. Yeah, I agree. But I'm just trying to. Okay, so that's the Jedi. That's probably as well. Zapadnaya. I think that could be like. I don't know. Zapad means west. I don't know if that's the same thing. That is.
Planet of Twilight?
No, wait. It looks familiar. Not.
Wait, no, that's Showdown at Centerpoint.
Yeah. So Smet. Srotka. That's something death. I don't know what that is supposed to be. It probably also Corellian
So
trilogy.
that is Ambush at.
Yeah.
No, this
Okay.
is Assault
That
at
Fracken South Solar?
Salonia. Or maybe it's Ambush at. Yeah, that's Fracken South Solar.
That's.
That's the four down there, the Thrawn trilogy. I think.
You think so?
I'm mostly
The four
sure.
on the side.
These two mean.
I know that the top two are, and I'm mostly sure that the bottom two are also the Thrawn trilogy.
Yeah.
Let me
So.
just double check.
Well, the
that.
one on the right says Tim Zahn. So
Mhm. Yeah, they all. This is. I mean, it says Scylla or something, and that means force. But like forceful, something like that. I don't know, but I mean they look interesting. But yeah, the Bakura art above that is. It's weird to say.
They should replace all the Legends banners with just that Bakura banner.
Why not? It's universal, We might as well do it.
Okay, yes, both of those are the last command. I'm looking at Wikipedia right now.
I think it would be hilarious if they had Old Republic books in Russian also have that Bakura banner. It's just like it's like Deceived or Annihilation, and it has like Luke, Leia, and Han on the front.
I mean, yeah. People know who Luke, Leia, and Han are. People might not know who Malgus is. Why not? Yeah, it's.
Oh, I remember when I first did a podcast episode for some older folk stuff, and my mom found out about it, and she's like, "Where's Darth Vader?" And I was like, "Forget it."
Yeah, I mean,
we're not having this conversation.
It's
he was
totally
dead.
understandable.
What do you mean?
Where is Darth Vader? That's a proper question.
It is a proper question.
Yeah.
But I was going to say about the fairy tale aspect, it's kind of funny because a lot of people say, oh, Vonda McIntyre, because she's a Star Trek author, right? So they say that she's more steeped in sci-fi, but clearly
I don't get this criticism of the book at all.
Yeah.
Same. I always heard, like, when people say that, they don't necessarily say anything else, so I suppose it always is meant to be a criticism, like that it's a bad thing. But I mean, I've never read or watched any Star Trek. I wouldn't know, and I was just like, I don't know. I mean, sure, it's perhaps a bit weird or perhaps a bit different, but nothing screams to me this is definitely not Star Wars. I don't know. I don't get the feeling.
No, I don't get that either.
Yeah, that's why I usually want to shy away from this feels or doesn't feel like X from these sorts of arguments, because
very subjective.
It's kind of difficult to grasp.
It's hard to substantiate what you're actually trying to say.
Yeah. I think sometimes there may be an argument, but it's tough you need to add something else to that to make it more make it make more sense. Yeah.
I guess from my perspective, I think that she added a pretty good mix of both sci-fi elements and fantasy elements into that book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're going to talk later on about the dragon, so
yeah,
I think that's another example of a fantasy element.
I heard something about Brian Daley and James Luceno initially wanting to do what later became the Bantam era, and it sounded like it would have been a lot more fantasy heavy. Which this is not the best place to bring it up, but like Courtship of Princess Leia, or Heart of the Jedi, or Legacy of Doom, which we never got.
Yeah, I mean, I think Star Wars has never been like the heaviest sci-fi, really.
Oh yeah,
I think there's room for both, and it's a shame most authors just leaned into the sci-fi without actually trying to do sci-fi.
Yeah, without doing the work that's sort of required for sci-fi. But yeah, no, I agree. I mean, Star Wars has plenty of room for that. It's to come back to the book. I never thought this was a satisfying argument. Like, okay, it's like Star Trek. I mean, is that really a criticism in any way? I don't know. I wouldn't say so. Yeah. So exactly. So the kids have been kidnapped. That actually happened, and we get Leia like stumbling to basically the scene where it happened, and you have Chewie there, and Chewie is in an interesting mindset sort of the entire book, which is that he's pretty depressed actually, because he feels as though he failed the children of his best friends. So he feels responsible for losing them, and Chewie's gonna accompany Leia later on in the book until the end, and it's something that's constantly brought up, that he feels very guilty. And it was pretty heavy because in the first chapter we more or less, I think explicitly even get the insinuation that Chewie wants to die basically for failing them, which I thought was quite heavy but appropriate, I would say. We get a sense that this life death thing that we have going on for quite some time now, that it actually really means something and that it really affects them.
I would say, personally speaking, that if I lost my best friend's kids, all three of them, I'd probably want to die too.
Yeah, and you feel as though it's your fault
for sure
that they were lost. Yeah. I think so, and
it's something that's going to carry on into the next book that we're going to talk about next week.
That's true, actually, which is good.
It's a nice connection, yeah.
It's continuity, you could say, yeah. Oh.
Yeah,
Champions of the
my
Force.
bad. Those Champions of the Force.
Okay, yeah.
There's
I mean, it's
a different one that was not in that list.
Yeah, It did look like the word Sila, which means force. So yeah, it's Champions of the Force. I thought it might be Dark Force Rising, but yeah, okay. In Hand of Throne.
Okay.
The kidnapping part, you mean? That it gets mentioned in Hand of Throne. I mean, there you go. It's a nice continuity thing.
Hand of Throne references a surprising amount of Bantam era stuff, considering the author. But
it needs to, otherwise it won't work.
Yes, but it becomes even more hilarious when he doesn't describe what happened with Callister properly and gets it completely wrong.
I mean, let's be honest. That's a very that's a very tough thing to explain. But yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't necessarily say it's weird that it gets mentioned. It would probably be weird if it gets mentioned in a positive light. I could imagine that. But yeah, I mean, if it gets just mentioned and told, why not? It's good. I mean, it's the last work of Bantam, like the last connecting, thing before the era ended. Why not? Exactly. So okay, we get a bit of explanation why this is even happening, and I guess this was my first immediate problem. So we are on a planet called Montu Kodru, and Leia has a contact there. Dr. Iron, I think is his name. Was it? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And he explains basically because of course Leia is very upset and she's basically going crazy, which is perfectly reasonable. And he tries to calm her down by explaining that on Montu Kodru, they're like a kidnapping, which he assumes is what actually happened to the children, is a traditional political sport. And I don't know, but maybe I'll just hand it to you first. Like, what do you guys think about the concept of this tradition?
It's stupid. I don't know any other way to say it. It's really dumb for Leia to bring her kids to this because she would probably already know, being the chief of state of the New Republic.
She should probably. She
and it's weird that this is brought up here and then never mentioned again, because it's I guess spoiler alert. It's not that group. It's not just a random group that kidnaps kids for ransom.
Yep, it wasn't. That's
she was kind of out of contact though.
Who was
so
out
they
of
couldn't
contact?
really have told her.
Oh yeah, but
Leia.
I mean,
she was
I suppose
pretending to be Lilia.
No, I think before they came on the planet,
before
right?
coming here.
Yeah, because of course, if you have
that's what you meant. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Marcel, Graham, do you have anything?
Yeah, I feel like there's two ways. There's two ways you could look at this, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could say that this is kind of a convenient conceit that Vonda thought up, or you could say, like in universe, that the people who actually did capture the kids were kind of waiting for this opportunity to capture them on a planet where that was kind of a societal norm, because then they knew that they could get away with it with no real investigation being conducted for the first, 24 to 48 hours, right? While they were waiting for a ransom note. So I think
that's fair.
I think it works, but I do think
it would have been nice to actually have that written in the book, though, I think.
Exactly.
Yep.
But because I can accept that, I think.
Yeah. I think it works. It's just kind of suspend your disbelief a bit.
Yeah,
actually, I could probably add in a bit more beyond plot contrivance, because it's also a very interesting aspect of culture too. Like, I mean, in say, Starfighters Vadimar, you have a lot of weird things happen as soon as Wedge and company first go to the planet that they weren't exactly told about in their mission brief.
That's true, but I guess
and it's just assumed to be part of the norm of the culture, right?
Yeah, I guess in that thing you could make up you could make a good argument that this was sort of the point, because I mean General Kraken did hide from them that because they sent him there under the presupposition that they were the first New Republic contact they had, aside from like maybe an ambassador. But then we get Yella being on the planet, and she says that she has been on the planet for weeks. So they sort of
course,
did not tell everything. In this case specifically, I could buy. I mean, I buy the culture itself. I don't think that's a problem. My problem is more, and we usually make fun of that in the Bantam books, like, oh, Han and Leia go outside and they leave the kids with Winter usually, which is a weird way to, to let your best spy basically earn her paycheck, but whatever. This time they would have had a very good reason not to take them with them, because you would assume I think this was a planned trip to go to Monte Cordru, so you'd assume she knows something about the planet, and if there is this tradition in which, especially high-ranking people get abducted, even just for fun, I mean, sure, she could maybe be convinced that this isn't like that her kids aren't at risk, because even if it happens, they're not going to get killed. That's not how it works. Yeah, but you would assume like, oh, okay, well, let's sit this one out, kids. Like, you go back to Winter for this one, and mommy goes there alone or something.
Doesn't say how long Leia was meant to be there, though, because I remember at some point in the Bantam era, Leia and Han decided, yeah, we're going to spend more time for our kids. We're not going to keep leaving them at home. Which is why in the Corellian trilogy, they also get brought along.
True. Sure. And you can make an argument that it's good that they take them with them. I don't think that's bad. But
you just need to have more security precautions.
Yeah, probably either this or, sometimes maybe there's just, I mean, of course, being abducted is a risk on every planet for the most important children of the entire faction, but on a planet where this specifically is the norm, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't quite feeling that part.
So don't forget, according to Barbara Hambley, aliens can't recognize them.
Oh yeah, true, because humans all look the same to aliens.
Yes.
Yeah, as she spends pages describing the breasts of a Gamorrean.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you want to know that, don't you? You know that there's Gamorreans with 6 breasts, and also Murder and Slush Time, new law, 8 breasts as well. So there you go. It's good
we
lore.
Needed that. Important bit of the EU. Exactly.
Exactly. So yeah, we get more explanation. So there is a crater at the scene where the kids were. So apparently there was a bomb that was detonated, and there were 2 reasons given, I think, why this was done. Like the detonation is, first of all, to show, like, they showed, so the abductors, they showed that they can do it. I guess like a showing how much power they have. I guess, sure, and to also supposedly get rid of the evidence or something. That is a theory that is made of why the bomb was detonated there. And Dr. Iron, so who is the local contact of Leia, he immediately tries to, because of course she wants to go now, and she wants to shut off the planet and search everywhere for her children. And he's like, if the New Republic tries to solve this, bad things would probably happen. So, there might be an actual risk to it. It wasn't the children, but apparently, like, there was this thing about the werewolf possibly getting killed. I think it gets explained more a bit later. But yeah, Dr. Iron doesn't want her to actually go. He's like, no, be calm. It's part of, it's our thing here, basically, and there's no reason to get pissed off. I mean, it makes sense for him, I suppose. It is the culture, but yeah, it was a bit weird for me. Let's say it like that.
I wish Dr. Ian would have said like a line like, this is part of the culture, but we didn't really want to tell you until the negotiations were complete, because we thought we might scare you away or something like that.
Yes. Exactly. If it's that, I'm like, okay.
There are ways to write around it, I think.
That's very viable. Yeah.
And especially like this is a 1-sentence fix. Like it's really easy to write it, to improve it.
Just write a short story around the same time as the Crystal Star from like Lando's perspective or something, and then
Why not? Sure.
You can put in all the retcons.
Yeah.
It could be anyone, not Lando. I'm just saying Lando because, well,
Lando's
he's
cool.
in these stories. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
He gets better, yeah.
Get Noah to write it.
Lando was a noticeable absence from this book, I thought. Not that he should have been in this book,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
He's even in Planet of Twilight, even though he does absolutely nothing.
yeah.
Oh yeah, he was. What the?
Oh,
See,
yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah.
forgetful
He was
that whole
Han.
arc is.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that was the thing. I'm actually sort of that's sort of what I'm thankful for the Black Fleet Crisis already. Is that I think it's the first time since probably like the Crispin trilogy that I liked reading about Lando, because I have to be honest, I seriously started to hate him during the Bantam books.
Oh, damn. Why?
This was he
That's
was
just the Jedi Academy trilogy and the Talisker trilogy.
and
It's
Yeah.
just two. Don't worry, you'll like him again in the Corellian trilogy. He's great there, and the New Rebellion.
Sure. It was only two. That's true. But I mean, it was 6 books, and yeah, 6 books can get long. Let me tell
I
you
can
that.
understand very well where your pain is coming from, but don't worry, you're in the clear. You will read nothing that will make you not like Lando until, I don't know, if you ever read Disney
Dunning?
canon, Last Shot.
okay.
I don't know. I haven't read it.
Oh, why not? Yeah, but no, yeah, but it's true. I mean, I don't think Lando would have really added anything that we needed. I don't even know where you would have placed him really, like with Han and Luke maybe, but I don't think he would have been really necessary there. But yeah, it's true. We don't even get a mention of his name, I think, or
Yeah,
like where he is at this point. Yeah.
I would have expected maybe like Leia would have called him up or something and like let him
Yeah.
know what was going on. Maybe ask him to look into a lead for her, something along those lines. It didn't have to be like, oh, Lando is like one of the main characters. But
Yeah.
because he's one of my favorite characters. I just like to see him in everything.
I can understand. Yeah, I mean he's sort of a big deal. So yeah,
exactly.
A line would have been.
It's like, for instance, if you had a Bantam book with like Lando, Han, Leia, and Chewie, and like Luke wasn't mentioned at least once. I mean, maybe not to that level, but it's like a notch below it.
Yeah, it's like, where is this character right now? Yeah, you have quite a few scenes like that, especially if it seems like the previous book set up something and it's not following through with it, and you're like, wait, where is he now? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
We get another thing in which Leia wants to contact Han. Of course, obviously that's her first instinct afterwards, like, hey, the kids are gone. Maybe come around and help me. But it doesn't see. I think it was something with the planet itself that communication actually didn't work, so she wasn't able to actually contact Han and Luke, obviously. And of course, she wanted to take a ship and leave.
Did we bug out?
I had to make sure it wasn't me.
Yeah.
Yep, I think he's dead.
F.
Press F to pay your respects.
Poor internet.
Meanwhile,
back?
Look at Disney Scheisse.
I refuse.
Okay.
Oh, you're back?
I am back. Yeah, my internet just died for a second there. Our first look at Jason Sindula from
He doesn't
Great.
have green hair anymore. No way.
Oh, true. He has working. I mean, he's still the biological son of a Twi'lek, isn't he? So.
Yes, which makes no sense.
Yeah.
In the context of the EU.
I guess so. But hey, it's outside from it. They can do their thing if they think it's cool. But yeah, no, exactly. So what I was explaining when my internet died was that basically the situation is that if there's victims of a kidnapping, like a family that is left behind that wasn't kidnapped, and they are trying to, now of course the first instinct would be to search for the ones who were kidnapped, but apparently if people could see that Leia was the victim of a kidnapping and she would try to chase the kidnappers, that it would be seen as an insult if he tries to chase them. I guess it just bleeds into the culture thing. You can accept it, but it did like it read a bit weird to me. Just, I mean, we've talked about the culture. It works fine enough. It's just a different thing, and it's interesting. But yeah, it was something. Let's say it like that. Oh, just a minor thing. So Leia has maids there in the palace or whatever where she's staying, and just a small thing. It wasn't a big deal. That apparently she was temporarily deaf from the explosion of the bomb. So that's something that they talked about. But the first time that Leia calls her, she actually responds to her. Like she's reacting to what she's saying. Apparently she can also understand what she's saying. But then afterwards she can't again. And it's actually, okay, no, she's temporarily deaf now. I mean, it's a one-off character. It's not a big deal, but I just noticed it when I was reading it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, fine. It's not, it's not a problem in any substantial way. But yeah. Oh, okay. So the next part of the culture, like the thing that usually follows the abduction, is that there are negotiations about how the abduction is gonna get reversed again. So usually, of course, you're gonna ask for money or something, and yeah, Leia searching for them could interfere with that with these negotiations, and if they did that, it would mean that she's worried that they would kill her, and Dr. Iron is like, no, that's not a thing. That would be seen as dishonorable in our culture to kill those who you have abducted. But we also get that a werewolf was abducted as well. So werewolves are these sort of magical creatures from that planet. They sound like werewolves, so I assume they just look like a wolf. And the wolf would indeed be sacrificed. Let's say the wolf would be killed if the abductors were to be insulted. And in this chapter, you don't really get why that's an issue. And I mean, ultimately, it makes sense because we get more context about what the wolf actually is. But Leia didn't. I mean, I would have expected Leia to just say, "I don't really care about some wolf." It would have made more sense for her to press Dr. Iron on that, and like, how is that in any way comparable? My 3 children with some wolf. We get why later on, like from the story's perspective, but not really from Leia's perspective on why she would even care that this is a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a problem that Leia
guess it's also partially why she sets out to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't thinking about it. She was just, oh, it's a pet. But these are my kids. I'm going.
Might be, yeah. I assume so. I mean, that's the reason why she ultimately didn't care that she wasn't supposed to look for them. But yeah, I would have liked if she like verbally pressed him on that, because like, why should I care? And of course, he would have then revealed the secret about the wolf very early on, but didn't happen. So that's just then left behind for now. And but Leia realizes that what she usually can do is feel her children, so like feel their presence in the Force, but she can't do it now. Though she also doesn't suspect that they have been killed, which means she ultimately assumes that a dark side user was actually the one who kidnapped them, and that they were hiding their traces, and the bomb, like the bomb that they detonated in the garden or whatever, like towards the forest, that this was used to destroy the traces of their kidnapping. And yeah, that was the first chapter. It was a bit of a weird introduction to me, but I think I would say it's a bit better now than when I was reading it, probably. But yeah, that was the first one. So yeah, in the second one we get another plot thread. So Luke, Chewie, Leia, Chewie. That's one plot thread. The next one is Han and Luke. In the beginning, they sort of have a fun interaction, and yeah, maybe that's just a personal thing, but I didn't like that they mentioned, like Luke was asking, like, "Oh, aren't you worried that Leia's all alone with, some of the politicians, like some dude?" And Han was like, "Oh, whatever. I don't really care. Like, if it's an innocent flirt or something, then it's all fine. But like, anything beyond that would be weird." I don't know if I buy that Han Solo would be that way. It's not something to my tastes, I suppose. It's not, but yeah, it's just also a little phrase, a throwaway line that doesn't really matter in any way. But yeah, that's what Han's mindset towards his marriage is, I suppose. Yeah. We get a bit of yeah. This is post Callista, obviously, so we have Han really worrying about that Luke is still alone, because of course Luke, as we know, has no girlfriend at the time. And
wait, correct me if I'm wrong. This book doesn't reference Callista, does it?
No, because this came up before she existed.
I don't. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I don't think she gets even referenced in any way. No. Exactly. Yeah, it came out beforehand.
She's not. No.
Which is weird because Callista was supposed to be end game. So how would this have worked if?
I guess.
Messing around with the
Well,
timeline.
I guess they could have made it work by like Callista going off on her own in between the period, and then figuring out the Force, and then coming back. Yeah.
Maybe.
Here's the thing. I don't think that the Solo kids are mentioned enough in the Callister trilogy for their ages to have been mentioned, and therefore the Callister trilogy could have been fit before or after.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because the kids basically don't show up.
No,
I don't
they
think
talk. It's tied to the opening of the Academy, though. Children of the Jedi.
Yeah, that's true.
Children of the Jedi has.
Oh, true.
It has references to how, like, roughly how long it's been since the Jedi Academy trilogy, so you couldn't have quite made that. Yeah, maybe they would have done it like.
You could have put it right after.
Yeah,
so Children of the Jedi, Shadow on Crystal Star.
Yeah.
We had no idea.
Yeah, there you go. It could have been maybe they would have done it like, doesn't young Jedi Knights famously ignore that Luke and Mara are already supposed to be married and doesn't really say anything about that?
They couldn't reveal the spoiler.
Exactly. Yeah. That was
even though
like
4 books came out after that.
Oh, whatever, it happened. Yeah, but maybe it would have been something like that if Callista would have actually been Endgame. Yeah. So, exactly. It's already in chapter 2 that we get the titular crystal star. So, it's a star that apparently has long been frozen to a word that I very much like, which is a quantum crystal. Yeah, ever since the Sun Crusher was a thing, I'm really antagonistic towards the word quantum. It always has this air of, to me, like it's just a word that sounds smart.
Right.
Someone's going to hate young Jedi Knights.
Oh, I mean, if
the quantum crystalline armor makes a comeback.
Sure. I mean, I'll
but it's not like used as a quantum crystalline armor. It's just kind of said that it is,
but not nearly as overtly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's a big deal here that it's called the quantum crystal. It's just a name, whatever. It's
unlike say actually, Endgame is kind of also a name, so never mind.
I do love how young Jedi Knights reference the crystal star in multiple places.
Yes,
it does.
It does.
That's actually nice. I mean, yeah, but because correct me if
sense.
I'm wrong, but
Kevin's best moment for Tales of the Jedi Redemption.
Excuse me.
Might be. Who knows? We'll see. Okay. Yeah, exactly. So and something we get a few times in the book, which I actually think is quite nice, is that we get descriptions of like little astronomical phenomena, like that you get all the colors of like I think there's stuff pulled into it's like a black hole thing or something that is close to that, if I remember correctly, and you have like a very colorful description of what's happening to the stars. That's sort of nice. I like that. And it made me appreciate the world building a bit more here. Exactly. So we have Han Han also thinks about the children, and he specifically is worried that they are gonna fall to the dark side, which, yeah, that
Whoops.
aged, that
Yeah.
that aged interestingly, I suppose. But I mean,
It's like poetry.
It does
It
rhyme.
rhymes.
It does indeed rhyme. Yeah. But yeah, it happened. But yeah, Han apparently still seems to be somewhat skeptical of the Jedi. I mean, it's good that he cares about his children possibly falling. That seems in character. But yeah, Han is also like his attitude towards Jedi is also sort of always changing a bit to sort of fit the story. Like, it's not an egregious thing, but it's something that they always shift around a bit. Like, does he like them now? Is he still skeptical, or has he come around because of Luke? It's always a bit.
I mean, in
No.
fairness to Han, there's like some groups in our world that I feel that way about. It depends on
Yeah.
what day you ask me.
Fair enough. Might be. He has noticed quite a few things happening to Force users, so he might be like, okay, yeah, that's they should be. You should be wary of them, I suppose.
Publication wise, this is like right after Jedi Academy trilogy. So
yeah, fair enough. It was his.
So he would have seen what happened to Kip, right?
Mhm.
Public, yeah.
To
exactly
his
what I'm saying, yeah.
to the son that he never had.
Surrogate son, yeah.
Took skiing.
Skiing, yeah, that was a thing. Remember?
Gave him a black cape.
exact.
Oh my god. He stole it from Lando.
Yeah, exactly. Because black is the evil color, don't you?
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Well, just because Lando
So I
also
think
has
the head
cape.
canon, in absence of having read the Crispin books, I'm just going to head canon that Han stole his entire fashion sense of black vest and white shirt from Lando, which is why Lando's clothes are still the Falcon.
Perhaps. Who knows?
That's so funny.
Then there is some interesting continuity you can build up with that if you want to. Yeah.
If you think about it.
If you do think
about it.
Exactly. So Han and basically Han and Luke, or like Han more so, is on vacation, but Luke gets like noticed from a station called. God, you're gonna help me out with that. Cursey, I suppose. Yeah, that would be the name. Where they go to very smartly in disguise. It's very good. I know that aliens can't distinguish between humans, but it's good that they go in disguise anyway. So Luke is basically using like force projections to make people see something else instead of him, which makes sense.
He pulls a Corran horn.
He does pull an early Corran horn.
Actually, that's a pretty cool idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a believable
it reminds
idea.
me of something in Wheel of Time, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
It's I think it's a.
It's like Luke is stronger than Corran or something, and can do what he can do, but better.
Indeed. No, but I also like it because you get a few, let's say, questionable uses of the Force, and I like if it's a bit more grounded and believable. That this, like, to use the Force to disguise yourself, I think that makes sense. It's a very believable Force ability. So, yep, I liked it. Han has a beard, and 3PO is colored, is purple. So
such a weird color choice because he sticks out as a purple droid.
I was about like maybe a gray something, because gray protocol droids are a thing. Of course, you don't want to keep him golden, perhaps, but
yeah,
purple is an odd choice. I agree. You could have taken something else.
But if you think about it, purple is so different from the original 3PO that they wouldn't think that it's him immediately.
I've never seen a purple droid in Star Wars before. I would be like, why is that droid purple? I wonder what's up with him. I'm going to go investigate.
Yeah.
What if they gave him a red arm?
Oh, perhaps you don't recognize me, Captain Solo.
Yeah, he may take a long last look at his friends. Yeah. But yeah, then again, they still went to the station with the Falcon, and I get that the Falcon isn't a isn't a uniquely designed ship. Of course, there's other Corellian freighters in the galaxy.
Yet we never
But-
see them. We never
Yeah.
see a ship like the Millennium Falcon, even though
True.
we're told that there's a whole bunch of it's it's just part
We
of the
see
production.
one in the Thrawn trilogy, and that's it.
right. That's right. Yeah, and I guess in
Mhm.
Solo Command they cobble together a fake one.
Oh yeah,
Do
true.
you see to it to stuff like that in Agents of Chaos?
Oh really? Okay.
Because
I
I distinctly remember, I'm partially sure, because I remember throughout New Jedi Order, I kept going, whoa, they're just casually changing the dye on the Falcon, like the whole paint job. It's black now.
right.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
pretty cool. Oh,
It's black now.
It is back now, yeah.
and
But because like don't starships also have like serial numbers or something? I know that droids have them, so I would assume.
yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
VIN
a
numbers.
transponder code, I think, and
Yeah,
they
might
can change it.
might be that. Sure.
I'm pretty sure that in KOTOR 2 you just casually change the transponder code, and I'm pretty sure that transponder code changes are also a pretty big point in New Jedi Order. And
it's sort of a thing in Aduma as well, where they try to impersonate each other because they know their enemies will always attack the target with the highest amount of honor, so basically always wedge, and they sort of change around like which signature they give off, like they impersonate other types of starfighters and also other people who are piloting the starfighters as well. So yeah, I guess it's a thing. You could just assume that they did that, but yeah, it's I mean the Corellian freighters, they don't get mentioned enough, so I would assume it's a visually unique starship, but or like a unique spaceship, but whatever. Yeah. We get something that sort of accompanies Luke throughout the book, where Han is he's equally worried and also amazed by Luke basically getting a superhuman personality. I think he explicitly called it superhuman personality. Yeah, that's a thing throughout this book where people seem to be afraid of Luke really for the first time. Like usually people like Luke, they are like in awe with him because he's their hero, of course, and you don't normally have a reason to fear him. But in this book, you have these scenes where like he's popping out of nowhere and he's scaring people. It's sort of funny at times, but yeah, it was. I wanted to get more of that. And true, canonically, this is after Callista, so you can say, I mean, it wasn't made with Callista in mind, obviously, but yeah, you can say timeline-wise, okay,
but if you think about it,
if you do think about it, Callista was a character that did things, and Luke reacted to those things, and maybe that's his development for this book. So, sure, why not? Oh yeah, 3PO very briefly goes missing, and I just wondered, like, is GPS or like something, something comparable to GPS a thing in Star Wars where you can like, oh, my droid is gone, maybe I can look.
Find my iPhone.
They honestly never really mention it, other than like tracking devices. Like I don't think they're like, oh, like the droid is over here. Maybe like with some kind of.
I think the restraining bolts might have that feature, but not the ones that. Well, I mean, it's not. I don't think it's mentioned anywhere, but you could possibly try to say that higher model of restraining bolts might have this feature. It's just not. Wait, actually, Luke still does realize the direction that R2-D2 went off in, even after the sand may have covered his tracks. So it's maybe all restraining bolts off the seat.
I think he has. Doesn't he have like a radar or something on his? On his what's the English name for the vehicle that he has on Tatooine?
Macro binoculars. Oh, land speeder.
The land speeder, exactly. Yeah, I think he has some sort of radar or something. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, then we could try to say that maybe some models of restraining bolts have the feature.
Yeah,
because track droids and such, which would make sense.
Because they are sort of important droids, and they never get memory wiped, so they have sort of important information that people shouldn't know about.
Which is why they can get sent to buy fruits of Padme's party and then get kidnapped by Cad Bane.
I don't recall that ever happening in the expanded universe. Just kidding.
Yes, I mean, TCW is not part of the expanded universe.
I've never heard of a character called Cad Bane, so I don't know what you're
I think I had canon that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It works best that way.
Yep.
Exactly. So, oh yeah, another little, I guess you could call it a running gag in this book is that Han, like they went to this vacation basically, and Han apparently is going with a very low amount of money because throughout the book they have money problems, and Han has to go and gamble to earn the money, like to pay their hotel bills and their restaurant bills.
I remember that.
Yeah. I mean, isn't it a usual thing that when you go to vacation, like you take some cash with you and maybe a working?
But it was established in Courtship of Princess Leia that when Han needs money, he goes and gambles and wins.
That's true.
That is actually a very Lando philosophy, so I like it.
I guess, yeah. I was about to like you can. It's more like the running gag.
Lando too.
Yeah.
But wouldn't Luke also have money from the New Republic to reestablish the Jedi Order? And like the whole point of Luke being at that station was so he could track down a possible Jedi.
You forget to spend it all going to expensive hotels and I think an asteroid with Callister.
When you were going to say expensive,
he's broke.
I thought you were going to say.
I thought so too. I heard it almost slip out.
Oh yeah, and famously, the New Republic doesn't even protect the Praxium with a starship. So perhaps they also just like, okay, yeah, see ya, have fun, I guess, building your Jedi, meditating in a wood.
Take this planet.
Go. We're gonna announce
not to contact us at all.
Gonna announce it to the galaxy, and nobody will ever hear from you again. Good choice, yeah. No, exactly. So, yeah, apparently, so Luke. That's another thing. I don't know if I like that about Luke. Is that he was throughout the book he was really irritable. Like he seemed to get angry pretty quickly, even before meeting Waru. Or you can at least make an argument. Okay, that's like sort of. And maybe it's Waru's influence on the entire station. I don't know if it works that way, but yeah, Luke was pretty pissed off throughout the book. And
I have 3 explanations for that.
3?
3?
Yes, 3.
Then present.
So 1, Luke has been deep in the Force for a very long time, and now the crystal star is disrupting his ability to feel the Force and might be bringing out some of the darker stuff. 2, Waru, no words need be said. 3, and probably the biggest, if you think about it, is Callister. I rest my case.
Callister, we know at least that Callister wasn't part of the equation when it was written. It's something we could interpret in.
We can add it to make it more sense within the timeline, but I don't think we can use it.
But I think
at least still already has explanations in the book.
Yes,
I have a 4th explanation.
Oh, okay.
It's the most human one. Maybe after all these years, he's just finally tired of Han's shit. Finally, he's like reached his limit. He's exhausted. He's lost his girlfriend, and like now Han's like, oh, don't worry about it, Luke. We're gonna have some fun on this trip. And he's like, Han, I'm so tired of your shit. I don't want to deal with it anymore. And you're just getting on my nerves. I remember I went on a road trip with a buddy once, and like by the end of that road trip, we just wanted to kill each other. That might just be what's happening here.
I mean,
that's what I said at the start of Courtship of Princess Leia, but slightly different argument.
Yeah.
Certain people rejected it out of hand.
We can make the same argument for Before the Storm, so maybe let's not go there. No, but I guess so, perhaps. But yeah, it was. I think the Waru explanation I could buy that the most.
Yeah,
probably because it's a very noticeable. I mean, it's a build up we get immediately that he also the crystal star.
I like to think that he was still just off since his trip to the dark side, and that's why he's been just completely off for the past few books.
Yeah,
And then once he takes a trip into Waru, he gets cleansed.
yeah, Luke's
Yes,
trip
exactly.
to the dark side is we have plenty of those things throughout Bantam. It's this convenient little thing that will always be relevant or irrelevant enough to make the story work that is there, and then it's gonna tease character development. It's the same thing with Leia wanting to learn more about the Force. Like, that's been in so many books by now, and she always wants to at the end, and at the beginning of the next one, she's again like, I don't know, I haven't really learned about it, don't want to. But yeah, that might be it. Like, paired with Waru and the Crystal Star, which we do see really disrupts Force users. It also happens to Hethria later on. Yeah, I could sort of buy that. I suppose, yeah. Oh yeah, we have a little scene. I don't think this creature is ever mentioned again. It's apparently something called a ghostling. So at least that's the translation I got from German. Who we have a female
That's
ghostling
correct.
who's okay, it's correct. We have a female ghostling who's interacting with Han. Apparently they are like humanoid, but not really. And apparently they are as seductive as an incubus or a succubus. Yeah, we gotta have some sexy things.
Now, here's the interesting thing. Ghostlings actually appear again in the EU.
Oh, they do. And where?
In the Episode 1 Adventures by Dave Wolverton.
Oh, okay.
Wow, what a throwback.
Yeah, I think those are the
remember
ones.
Brennan told me that.
Wolverton
I believe
is
so too.
great.
There you go. It's a connection. Yeah, I don't know about those really. I think they're pretty hard to find, like most of them at least.
They are the angels that Anakin's talking about, right? If I remember correctly.
I'm not sure.
I'm not
I
sure.
think they're on the moons of
Maybe.
Yago.
If you ignore TC, I know TCW established the actual angels of Iago, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember.
TCW is what I mean.
Yeah, TCW was a thing that then happened at some point. Oh yeah, and we also
Actually, wait, sorry, I'm just thinking about that that one scene from the Phantom Menace where he's like, "Are you an angel?" Imagine like Padme just responds with like a smoker's voice, like a smoker's cough. She's like, "What do you want, kid? Are you an angel?"
Are you an angel? Yes, I am. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, it's an awkward compliment by a preteen, I guess.
yeah, for sure.
He's like 8.
True. He's not. Yeah, 9, and Padme is 14, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, that's not. We can talk
You
about
forget
that
the
another
ages
time.
of the actors, which make it even weirder.
Yeah, let's not. Oh yeah, and also another thing about the ghosting. So you can have a physical relationship with a ghostling, but it will kill it. And Han is like, but looking won't hurt. So yeah, I guess you will kill the ghosts if you have fun times with them. So don't do it, I suppose.
Han's such a pervert in this book.
He is. We're gonna get to that because that's probably my least favorite
He
thing
has the
about Han.
beard. It makes him look more like Thrak and Sal Solo.
Exactly, it's a genetic thing. Like,
It's a setup.
I think he gained some characteristics. No
might be, yeah.
way.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
you think
So
about it.
we get the first mention of Waru by her. Supposedly he leads a cult, which he actually does, of course, but that's just the first time we hear the name. And oh yeah, and Han, like basically Han's idea for vacation is to drink beer and gamble with genetically enhanced women who are a head taller than Chewie. And at some point, like this, I mean, it's a woman who was writing this, so I don't know. But at some point, I remember that the woman was like, we're gonna gamble now, and Han's like, I don't want to, and she just picks him up and throws him over her shoulder and carries him like to the gambling place. To the casino. Yeah, I expected this woman to be something of relevancy, but she just was there, I guess, and she was his gambling partner. or enemy.
Very specific and weird fetish that he has.
Yeah, it's like a head taller than Chewie. I mean, Chewie is over 2 meters high, isn't he? Like, so over 6'6" or whatever that is. I don't know.
Tall women.
And yeah, like another head. So that's quite the difference there. Chapter 3. Okay, so chapter 3, we are back. We now have the third plot thread, which are the children. So yeah, as I said in the beginning, like Anakin is a bit of a crybaby. He's 3.5, like 3.5 years old apparently. So it makes sense, but he's quite cheeky. That's his thing. And he's a bit of a smartass apparently. I mean, yep, it's a little child. I think that's more characterization that you even needed to give him, but I like it. But
Yes.
Something
Does
we
anyone
get.
know if Vonda McIntyre had kids when she wrote this? Because I mean, like, she really captures their voice in a way that I think is.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. As well.
Yeah, absolutely.
She's.
Oh yeah, she died in 2019. I forgot.
Rest in power, queen.
That was sad.
Yeah, I don't see any marriage or anything or
Yeah,
children.
I don't see anything about it.
She might have been alone. Yeah.
Well, she was pretty good at it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, perhaps it was just a motherly thing. Yeah, but I like them because you can be sort of afraid that they will. Sure, like juvenile is obviously appropriate because they are children, but it could have been done in a really like annoying way, and I don't think it was. I think it was
like in Jedi Academy trilogy.
Sort of.
Right.
You could almost excuse it with they were
better
2
with children though.
What's
Kevin's
that, Greyhole?
Though his wife is much better, obviously.
Oh yeah, I would have liked to actually have a solo novel by his wife, so we can just try to determine.
Oh yeah,
it's called JJK Arc 2.
Though,
or is it Arc 1? One of them is.
No, part 2 is by Rebecca Moesta. The first 3 books are by Nancy Richardson.
Yeah, the second arc of JJK.
You need to email her actually. I dug up her email.
Nice. Yeah, no, she's.
See if she actually had plans for the subsequent JJK books, so she just gave up.
You should email her and just like in the beginning of the email being like, "Greetings, Exalted One."
It's something very relevant.
Yeah.
Why not?
Where would you put the JJK books in the time?
Oh,
not that old argument.
No,
let's not go into it.
It's not even an argument. It's not an argument.
Exactly. So, yeah, and I think it's the first real mention that we get that that Anakin specifically seems to be really, really have a lot of potential in the Force. That's that's something I think we get for the first.
This is where his like chosen one type thing starts coming into play.
Sort of, yeah.
Actually, something worth noting is the Crystal Star really gives a lot of the baseline characterization for the Solo kids that get reused later in the Corellian trilogy. They get reused again, even if Jason and Jaina kind of swap a bit in a slight way in Young Jedi Knights, the Junior Jedi Knights, and New Jedi Order. So if you think about it, the Crystal Star really set the stage for everything Solo Kids related.
Correct.
In terms of personality, and I refuse to count the Jedi Academy trilogy here because they were 2 years old.
I agree that Crystal Star is vitally important to the rest of the expanded universe. I agree.
Yeah.
Praise
yeah,
praise you.
The Crystal Star walked so that the NJO could run. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, especially
Agreed.
since to
the point where Troy Denning decided to kill off a certain character that shall not be named for spoiler purposes was in the Crystal Star just to a shock value in Star by Star. I'm pretty sure he did it off page and in a very offhand manner, but
I think the off page one was the other random useless death. But
oh really? I thought he had 2 off page random useless deaths.
No, I think we'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. Yeah.
We'll get there. I'll just check Wikipedia in the meantime.
Yeah. yeah, we also get more about Jaina. So Jaina is very responsible as a person. She is like, although she feels afraid because they have been kidnapped, of course, they are somewhere where she doesn't know where they are, but she tries to like put on a brave face for Anakin. She's trying to not scare him any more than he probably is already. So it's pretty nice. We also get a, I think, very interesting thing, which I hope we'll get more. Is that Jaina and Jason have this, this twin connection where they can really feel what the other one feels. They have sort of like almost like telepathic communication thing where they're really connected in a meaningful way, and I like that dynamic. I mean, yeah, I was a fan of it, but what's mentioned only Star Wars. Nice. I'm looking forward.
Not nice. I'm pretty sure that it was her or someone else.
Yep. I think they both were. I think you're right.
Troy Denning.
We'll get there.
I think Troy
In like
Denning
a year.
killed off 2 characters off page in like single sentences.
Mhm.
Characters from the Bantam era, like Yinjin and Night Crystal Star, just instantly. And I think Walter John Williams wanted to use one of them. I can't remember which in Destiny's Way, but then he couldn't because Troy Denning killed them. And so he had to make up the character of Madurin instead.
Oh, why don't you say who they are in the private chat, just because it's not coming to mind right now, and I'm just curious.
I don't want to spoil it. But
just DM on Discord maybe.
Yeah, I'll send it to you, Marcel.
Okay.
Exactly. So we have that. Oh yeah, and we also get that what I mentioned earlier, that she likes tinkering around with like electronic devices, and she has a small like multifunctional tool that she always carries with her. Yeah, we get that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Sorry, I just got the answer.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. We get a bit of teamwork like between the twins, and that they really work well with each other. We have Jason, who is also like a quite sharp person, and his specific thing is that he's very good with animals, and that he's basically like a Disney princess. He can tame them, and he can almost speak with them in a way, and I like it. I mean, it's a joke, but I actually like that.
Gardener.
True. And
Jason is a Hodin.
If you think about it, this sets up Traitor.
I wouldn't know, but I'll believe you. No, but and it's also like, as I said before, it's also a useful thing that will have an impact later on. So I like it. I like that we get that. It's not just it would have been fine if it was just personality, but that it actually has a use in the book makes it even better to me. And we, oh yeah, and they have like their own little, like I think they also have their rivalry of who's the older twin. I think sometimes Luke and Leia have, in some books they have a phrase about that, like, oh no, I'm actually the older twin. No, I am.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they have had this little thing here as well. And yeah, and and we get introduced to one of the main villains here, which is Hethria. He tries to basically convince them that Han and Leia died. Like everyone they know basically died, and that he's going to be their new father, basically, and he's gonna train them in the Force. Yeah, exactly. That's just his introduction there. Something that's also introduced in this chapter, and it's gonna be a through line throughout the book, is a quote-unquote cold, wet blanket by Hethria. So it's basically his way of, first of all, shutting down the connection that they have, and also shutting down all outward communication they're going to attempt with the Force, which is going to be the reason why they're not going to immediately be rescued, but they'll, it'll take a bit of time until they get there. So I actually like that. And it's also like the way that they describe it, like as this cold, wet blanket, where they really, it's a really uncomfortable feeling that they are describing. Whereas, Luke being someone who wants to encourage a good use of the Force in them, is much more welcoming towards them, and it's much more comfortable to them. So I like that. Oh yeah, okay. Apparently, yeah, Anakin is supposed to become part of something called, I guess, Empire's Youth. Is the
Yes.
Empire's Youth, yeah. Which was funny in German it said Imperiumsjugend, and it sounded very closely to another Jugend that once existed, and it was just funny. I'm like, okay, I guess it makes sense as a connection. But I was like, oh, okay, yeah. So because they do sort
But
of.
if you think about it, this is called the Second Imperium.
True.
No, this is the Empire
If they
Reborn.
called it the Third Imperium.
Second Imperium is Young Jedi Knights. This one's the Empire Reborn.
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Brain leaking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So and if we consider that we had Palpatine's Empire, we sort of have a new empire by Pelion. So you could say it's the third one. So there you go, more connections to the youth.
So if you think about it, it's the Third Reich.
Sort of, you could say that. We get introduced to another character who is called Tigress. I guess that's how you would. I just thought, is the name of the character from the Kung Fu Panda, is she also called Tigress in English, because that's a German name? I just always had to think about her, like the tiger from
she's Tigress. This is Tigris.
Yeah, Tigris.
Or
Tigris.
You could probably pronounce it either way, but it's spelled Tigris.
Tigris. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense as a pronunciation.
Well, okay, that's how I pronounced it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I always read it as Tigris, but yeah, Tigris probably makes more sense. And yeah, no, that was the entire chapter, like chapter 3. I really enjoyed it, and that's something you can say about all chapters that are like focused on the children. They are really, really well done, and I really like them.
It really amps up that fantasy aspect, which I felt was really missing from Star Wars at various points.
Yeah, because as we said, like, Star Wars is not really a clean science fiction franchise.
Oh yeah,
and it has fantasy elements.
It needed
to it,
more
certainly.
fantasy elements.
Yeah.
Yes, it should have had more. And it's sad that a lot of the fantasy-based books got cancelled.
Yeah, that's
we got Tales of the Jedi at least.
True.
At least, which is great.
Yeah,
that's true.
Oh yeah, we have. Okay, so we are back with Leia. So she has an interaction with with Dr. Iron, and she of course is still very worried, very upset. And what he does to basically to get her to calm down and also prevent her from, I suspect, like doing something stupid, is to drug her tea or her coffee or something to get her to sleep. And it made me wonder what the nature of their relationship was, because it seemed like quite quite a weird thing to do to a political leader. Like, sure, you could say, oh, it's for your best or something, but isn't it weird that a political leader from another planet that is supposedly wanting to join the New Republic, as far as I've understood, is drugging you so you don't worry about your children? It was a weird impression that I got from that. Yeah, I mean, it's really, it has no particular impact that she was asleep here, but yeah, was weird to me, to say the least. Oh, yeah, we get something I already mentioned a bit earlier. So Leia now has her own ship, which is called. You're lagging out. I think my cable.
I think you're good. Yeah, you sound good for you.
Yes. Okay. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's the thing. That the same thing that it was yesterday already, Graham. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So Leia has her own ship, which is called the Alderaan, which she learned to fly in her free time, I suppose, because she. So basically, the reason she gives is that in the New Republic, she never really had fun, like doing her duties, and it was easier to learn to fly a starship than it was to learn the Force. And yeah, I think that's when Dylan mentioned to me that Crystal Star was before Planet of Twilight, because it's been a thing for Leia throughout a few books now, where she's there in the beginning. She doesn't really know about the Force besides from like very, very basic things. Then she goes on an adventure in the book, and at the end she realizes, okay, I should probably learn more about the Force, only to then in the next book be back to step one again. And
you know what kind of sucks about that is that I feel like she got a real big crash course in the Force in Dark Empire, and that's just not at all reflected.
It's like the only through line between the Thrawn trilogy and Dark Empire, and they don't use it. I don't understand.
It's my favorite part from Dark Empire, probably, yeah, because that made sense. Like, okay, yeah, she should learn a bit more, and that's what we've been talking about. I'm not sure if I talked about with you, Greyholm, and definitely not with you, Marcel. Is that he's probably gonna rejoin soon. Is that I do by now, and Pico mentioned it first, believe that making Leia Chief of State was a mistake.
Yeah,
at least for now, it was definitely too early, because. And we got to get more about it in the Black Fleet Crisis. She doesn't, like, although she's an important figure for the New Republic, that's for sure. She's still a pretty young person.
Mm-hmm.
To give her the highest position, basically immediately after Mon Mothma, was not the best idea. I would say you could have given her something a bit more, a bit, I don't know, senator of the new planet that Alderaan is on, whatever. Like, make her be something a little bit less invasive.
I said ambassador for the Jedi.
Or that's actually
it makes sense.
She kind of did that later on, actually.
Like senator of Yavin 4, basically something like that. Why not? Because that way
she can walk both worlds, and she'll have time for her fucking kids.
Imagine as kind of senator of Yavin 4, she has to advocate for all of the denizens of Yavin 4, including like the Sith Lord spirit that lives there.
Exactly. Like Exar Kun learns about it, and it's like, wait, so I have rights now, don't I?
It's like, I want you to table this, bring it to the
Galactic. You can even extend it to just all of Yavin, and then you can get the other planet, the other moons of Yavin involved.
Yavin 8.
Why not? Yeah, but no, exactly. Like this way, you can have her learn about politics, and she can be by the side of whatever. If you're gonna keep Mon Mothma, or I don't know, Gambel Iblis, whoever you're gonna make new Chief of State, if you still want to drop out, like to kick out Mon Mothma in Champions of the Force, and you can make her learn while also, she'll have time for her family. She will have time to learn about the Force, actually become a Jedi Knight. And then afterwards, like at the point where you're gonna bring, like, especially when you're gonna make the kids more of the focus of the stories, you can
after Hand of Thrawn is when she should become Chief of State.
Exactly.
When she gets elected again, actually. So
so you can make that. Luke can be like the Grand. I mean, he technically is already the Grandmaster, but a bit more out of the action, perhaps. Like, he can still be in there, but not as frequently. We get more focus on, I don't know, Jason, Jaina, Anakin. And Leia can become Chief of State to pull her out of the story like that. And Han Solo can do something else. Yeah.
To be honest, I can't think of someone who would do it other than Leia. And actually, it was even in the sequel drafts.
Probably Borsk, right?
Leia would ultimately become the Chief of State.
No, I mean, that's fine. I am fine with her becoming it at some point. But that's the thing. Either you can make Mon Mothma not retire in Champions of the Force.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And I guess... And I guess, like, most popular picks would be like you said, Borsk or Gambel Iblis, but I guess they're more controversial as figures.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh, and also,
you can get drama from that.
She did get her Jedi training in the Dark Nest trilogy from Mara Jade's best friend, Saba Sabbatine. It's not like Leia already had Jedi training from Luke, right? So she had to be retrained from scratch, and her whole lightsaber had to get broken or thrown away or something. I can't remember.
I'll look forward to that part. Yeah, exactly. So, Oh yeah, we actually get something that I mentioned earlier, is that Leia really does care about Mr. Iron's werewolf. And yeah, as I said, for now, the book hasn't done actually anything to justify why she would, besides from like being a nice person, I guess. But yeah, as I said, we're gonna get
I
to
think
that
it was
later.
justification enough. He was pretty broken up about it, and he seemed pretty close to his werewolf. So
True, but then again, like if I don't know, the two of us, Graham, we're going to go to vacation, and my 3 children are
Yes.
abducted, and your dog, and you're like,
Yes.
you can't go search for your children. They might kill my dog. And you're like, I'm sorry,
Well,
man. I like you. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Okay.
I mean-
look, the way I thought of it was, I feel very sorry about your dog, but I have to go anyways. These are my kids. So
Yeah.
while I'll still feel sorry for your dog, I'm not going to change what I'm doing. I'm still going to go after my kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get that, and I can still buy it from that. But Leia has never tried to argue that this isn't a functioning comparison, really. Like in any
Okay,
way, in
that's fair.
scale, they are too different. I like still sure. Ultimately, from the story, it makes sense why he cares so much. Just a bit why
so.
she cares so much. Yeah, but yeah, it's a thing that happens. Oh yeah. Oh, exactly. We get something that was pretty funny. We get a scene with R2. I think R2 was with. I'm trying to remember. He was with Leia and Chewie in this
That's
book,
right.
Yeah, exactly. And so ultimately, what Leia actually manages to do against really the best wishes of Dr. Iron is to basically create a blockade around the around the planet to forbid all ships from leaving and supposedly also from entering. She, of course, now wants to leave, which is a problem because they can't. Now they've enacted their blockade. Now she can't just leave.
And she's going incognito too, so she can't just say remove the blockade.
Mm-hmm.
For
Exactly.
me,
Exactly. Yeah. So she's like, okay, I can't say move it away again because, of course, then everyone would know who the one is who's
Yep.
going away. So of course she escapes. Just she flies away, and R2 seems to be like he seems to have learned from Han to cuss out authorities when he's communicating with them on the ship, which I just thought was funny. I mean, that's as far as something can be in character for a droid, I suppose, because that's always a weird thing in Star Wars. But yeah, it was a very fitting thing, I guess, for R2 to do.
Just a brief thing that I'd like to mention about the pairings. R2 being with Leia. I seem to remember a certain individual on YouTube, who once said that Children of the Jedi was the only time that Luke went with C-3PO and R2-D2 went with Leia.
Siege and Gambit.
I get that.
I do get that.
Yeah, I get
That was a pretty good impression of Siege and Gambit. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I was actually. I actually thought you used the voice line from the.
No, I didn't.
That was a really good impression. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, yeah. I guess the droids, you can say, as sad as it is, I think the droids are probably the most, like, character-wise, the most consistently written throughout the
In all
throughout
Star
the
Wars.
at least throughout the post Return of the Jedi.
You know, I noticed that about 3PO is that he's like remarkably consistently written amongst the authors, even the quote unquote bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
It's because all you have to do to make him consistent is just make him a bumbling idiot.
British.
Yeah.
And prissy.
That.
Yeah.
There's really only two things.
Just say, but character I'm with. And then they say, shut up, 3PO. And
But
easy.
Yeah. Actually, true. There's only really two things I didn't like about 3PO so far. And the first thing would be in Dark Apprentice, him suggesting that Han and Lando gamble about the Falcon and then be confused why they want to gamble about the Falcon. And
when he condoned cannibalism.
Oh, true. It's three things. Him condoning cannibalism. Oh, yeah. Him. And the third one would be him in Children of the... I mean, that's not a character thing. I guess him sort of being superhuman in strength, like the Terminator or something. That he can forcefully open up metal doors. That was something interesting.
I think it's funny that 3PO, who's a protocol droid of all things, is unapologetically racist in the films. Like he calls like the Jawas like disgusting creatures or filthy creatures or something like that. He's at one point he's like, "Oh, after all, Chewbacca is only a Wookiee. He can't help himself." Like, how are you a protocol droid? You're like a protocol droid from like the 1960s.
But he's British.
That's true.
He's British. It always sounds really nice when it's British. So
exactly.
And they do give him good reasons sometimes. I mean, the first thing the Jawas do is attack his friend.
Look, he's not wrong in anything that he says.
Exactly.
Yeah, cannibalism is fine. Like especially if they're already dead, right? So.
Oh yeah. I mean, at least he was weirded out why the pilot that abducted them wanted to have sex with cyborgs or like with robots.
Oh, no.
At least that was something where it's like, why would a human copulate with a machine? Why is that a thing? Like, oh, okay, you do know customs. That's good because that's sort of his other thing. Like, I know cultural customs around the world, and doing it with a toaster is probably not a custom.
Our discussion on the Crystal Star devolved into a discussion about humans copulating with machines and cannibalism.
It's like Denning.
Welcome to Bantam.
Yeah, welcome to Bantam.
It's like the Denning. If I was Noah, that's like Denning to me. It always reverts to either Kevin or Barbara. Again.
Yeah,
it's always one
I
of the
warned you
two.
about Barbara.
I can't help myself.
About 3PO being so consistently written. That makes it much harder to decide when authors really write him well. Because you don't really know who did it best since it's so similar until you read Shadows of Mindor.
Oh, I don't really know.
Minor?
Middor?
I was actually very surprised when I last read that because it was way better than I originally thought it was. Still for a moment. Same with Shadowpoint. But something that really caught me off guard was how well C-3PO and R2-D2 were written. It's easily the best descriptions of the two of them from their perspective anywhere.
Yeah. Mindor is the one I'm almost looking forward to the most for my reread because...
Wait, you haven't?
I have read it, but that's like the one I'm looking most forward to actually rereading at some point because it's still the book I'm most confused about. And I don't know, I could love it or I could be just really neutral about it.
Have you read Shatterpoint yet?
I have read Shatterpoint yet.
Were you more confused about Mindor than Shatterpoint?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, no, Shatterpoints made more sense to me. It was more tangible what happened there. But yeah, anyway, but I agree with you. Like 3PO and R2, I don't think, like, barring little things that are really, in the grand scheme of things, not that important, they have always been written very well. I mean, also, like, I'm reading Black Fleet now. Even there, like, 3PO had a pretty nice interaction with Lobot there. And it's like, wow, okay, that's pretty profound, where he's asking, like, am I intelligent? Because, like, sometimes I feel panic or something, but...
There are a few moments in Black Fleet for the Lando arc that feel slightly off in terms of characterization of both Lando and 3PO, and I guess R2 as well.
We'll get to those.
But it's still the best part of the whole trilogy.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. So, exactly, we get something nice about, like, we do get mentions how Luke tried to train Leia, and he's basically tried to humble her a bit. I mean, I don't think she was in need of that, but I guess just as a general rule is that every time that she understands something new about the Force, she should realize that she actually doesn't understand anything at all. And that means she should always, like, go back to the roots and really, really focus on the basics. So she does that in order to calm herself down, which is like self-control and even something as minuscule as breathing correctly, even that gets a mention, and it makes sense to me. I like if the Force doesn't have to be like grandiose and cinematic. It's fine if it's a more of a spiritual thing and it's more about your inner peace. I actually like that application more than big flashy things happening. So
it's more interesting to talk about that way.
Exactly. Like
a big like how Dave Wolverton handled it in Courtship with Princess Leia.
No, unlike that.
I mean, it was better than other applications I've read, definitely. Like, I would agree with that, but it's. I made the video. I'm finished.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
I'm not taking culture baits that easily anymore. I've had my character arc, but exactly, so we get that, and I do like that. I do like Leia's emotions. Like she's even like crying when she thinks about her children being gone now, but she sometimes. That's also something I was never quite sure of. We had that in Planet of Twilight as well with Luke at that point, where they sometimes do explicitly let their anger flow through them, which I would guess is like Dark Side 101. You probably should not do that. And it never gets a mention that what they are doing right now is not something that they should do. It's just, he let his anger flow through him. And I don't know, he releases his anger and then it's gone again. And it never seems to be like, oh, this is actually dangerous. It could lead them to the dark side, which I guess you could make like if Leia was supposed to ever come close to the dark side, you could maybe say here would have been the most appropriate when all her children have been kidnapped and people are trying to bullshit her. But yeah, I don't know. It was always a bit of a weird thing to me. Yeah, Han and Luke, that's something I noticed. I didn't like them individually. So Han, especially with the gambling thing, which I guess you could speak away as comic relief, but it's still, he's still just gambling away his day. And Luke being so argumentative. But I do actually think they worked really well as a team. So when they had interactions
it's
together,
nice to see the two of them back together.
Yeah, and I think when they have a good like close friendship scene, it might have been like one of the best interpretations of that is in this book, I would say, if it's like in the scenes where it's done really well. Yeah. Because Luke. I mean, Luke is also worried about Han, and Luke is a bit. Like I said, I think Luke is a bit off in the book, and you could explain that, but Luke is still worried about Han. And Han can now, he's learned more about Luke and he understands when he has a bad feeling about something as well, even though, of course, they are not connected in the Force in any way. And we get a pretty, more important than I would have imagined as a character. We get Xaveri from the A.C. Crispin trilogy, so Han's ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
She is back. Han, I think Xaveri was asking like, "Oh, you remember me or something?" And Han is like, "Of course, I remember you. I could never forget you." Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So I guess, is it okay that you don't forget your exes? I suppose it is. Obviously, like you've shared a lot of special time with them, and I get it. But Han and Xaveri in this book, and it actually leads to a short conflict towards the end as well. They seem a bit too nice to each other for my tastes, and I don't like their interactions most of the time. And she's probably. I mean, I liked Xaveri enough I don't remember too much about her, but I don't remember her specifically hating her. She was a fine part of the Crispin books. But I was not very fond of her in this. And perhaps it isn't even her fault. It's more Han's fault. Because she is not married, whereas he is with children. So, their interactions were too inappropriate. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I had the impression it was a bit too friendly. I don't know what you guys think. If you think
I didn't remember noting down anything specific, but
I think I felt about the same.
Maybe I just didn't notice.
It was weird.
Yeah,
just some of the
not too explicit, I guess. So, but still a bit off for me. It was I didn't like it really that much.
Imagine if Denning had written it, things would be very different.
Oh, imagine! Oh, didn't you say like so? Luke obviously is with this new character Arcana in the Black Fleet Crisis, and they didn't actually have sex, and then later on Denning said they did. Imagine he did the same for Han and Savary in this.
that would have been rough.
Gosh.
And
Well,
also,
no.
I would have expected him to do the same with Leia and Isolde. Why not? Just
Okay. Denning wouldn't have, at least for Han and Zaveri. Maybe Leia and Solo because it's Denning. But for Han and Zaveri, he wouldn't have because you forget that he sees himself as Han and his wife as Leia.
true.
That makes
That's
sense.
it. It does not preclude him from doing the Leia Isolde thing. It's Denning. He's really weird.
Well, I was gonna say about Han's characterization though. It's funny because like when she writes Luke, it's like, have you ever watched a Star Wars film? And then when she writes Han, it's like, oh my god, you've only watched A New Hope.
Mhm.
But the thing is, like, Han's a family man. Like he has 3 kids.
Yeah, at this point, he's a family man.
Yeah,
Ironically, Black Fleet Crisis does that really well.
true. Yeah, Han is really good on Black Fleet. I don't think
He doesn't have anything to do, so he can't get ruined.
That's sort of true. Yeah, and when he has something to do, it's also pretty good. But no, yeah, I agree. I mean, the gambling part. Sometimes, sure, he can gamble, whatever. He probably shouldn't be reliant on gambling for paying his, for paying his hotel bills and his food bills. But I guess if it's something he considers fun, sure. But he has a wife and children. He should at some point be like, "Oh yeah, hi, yeah, let's not get too close. This would be weird." Like, because she isn't just somebody he thought was hot. It's an ex-girlfriend, actually. They had something together, so should be a bit more distant towards her, even than you would if she were a stranger. Yeah, and exactly, it feels as though he's just from A New Hope. Like, oh yeah, he gambles, he likes women, I guess. He's sort of antagonistic towards Jedi. Yeah, I don't know. Exactly. I thought, yeah. Oh yeah. Also, he wanted to immediately hug her when he knew who she was. That was a literal quote. Yep. Same as the last thing. It's highly inappropriate in my opinion. I don't like it. And oh yeah, and we get back to towards the end. We get back to the children again. We have another scene of Jaina just being clever, where she can determine like that the sun is moving very quickly, so it indicates a very small planet, like that they are on a very small planet, and specifically because it seems too small, as though it could function like as a natural planet. So she even assumes that it's an artificial one, which sort of is true. I mean, that's more or less the use of the place that they're on, and it's pretty nice. And oh yeah, I think Hethria is also, of course, trying to break her and Jason, and she actually somehow manages to resist him, like to resist his force use. So
that was done pretty well.
Yeah, it's not too overblown. It's like, okay, it's again a child that's stronger in the force. No, it's a little thing, and I like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. So chapter 5, we're back with Leia again, and Leia finds a destroyed slave ship by the Empire. And a quote from Leia, I just wrote that down without context, was that the Empire was evil but efficient. And I just thought about Darla and I laughed. That's really all I had to say about that.
But counterpoint, Terran Rogris.
True. He's
Edema.
He's a nice person. Even he has honor, which is good.
And he has that whole monologue about what the Empire did that was good.
Yeah, that's true. It gives us a reason why you would actually be a part of the Empire as a normal person, which is pretty nice, actually.
You could probably apply the same to Pelion too.
True. Pelion is also he's pragmatic. He's pretty. He's not comically evil. That's always good. You can have comically evil people, but the usual people perhaps should be a bit more, and they are in the case of Rogris and Pelion, I would say. Oh yeah, we have Chewie. Chewie is still being basically like suicidal, and it's. I wrote down it's horrible, but not written horribly, but it's like horrible. You know, the thing that is happening is horrible, of course. But yeah, I actually think it fits the tragedy that has happened. We've talked about it earlier on. It's pretty appropriate, I would say. Oh yeah. Oh, apparently so Savary apparently has sources, which is always a very easy way to avoid really specifying what exactly she has. But she has sources. And apparently from that she knows that specifically like as a Jedi that it is dangerous to not be fully trained, which I suppose I can buy, sure. And also, and I didn't quite know what exactly it was referencing, that Luke has specific experiences with that. And so I said, okay, it's probably more likely that they mean Dark Empire. Because, of course, arguably he was somewhat fully trained, but he fell to the dark side. Or if it mentioned Return of the Jedi. And I assume Dark Empire because if anything about this would be common knowledge, like Dark Empire would more likely be common knowledge, like that Luke turned in a way. But yeah, otherwise I couldn't quite decide what to make of that. It's okay, she has sources, I suppose. Welcome back.
Blood,
Yeah. Fabe really wanting to be an American again, I suppose.
channeling Titus.
Back blood. Yeah, why not? Is that a normal greeting in Sweden? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Yeah. So, oh yeah, exactly. So, Savary was in need of comfort, and we get another rather inappropriate scene where they now hold hands, so that Han is comforting her like that. I mean, I'm just thinking, what would a character? I mean, Han is not stupid. What would a character like Han think if Isolde came back and did the same for Leia while he was gone? Like, he wouldn't like that, I think. So, and they never had an actual relationship. I guess they kissed, but yeah, you know what I mean. So, why is that something that Han does? I have no idea. It's weird to me. I don't like it. But yeah, we're gonna have scenes like that throughout the book, really. Oh yeah, we have been introduced to Hathria before, and we now get his plan, which is to create a newborn empire, and also create a pact with Waru, and it seems to have something to do with the children. We just know that this is probably the connection that is there, why he even bothers with them, especially with Anakin, who he focuses on. We later get why they actually do that. Yeah, that's just a bit of motivation. We know what he's now doing. And exactly, so we have Leia entering the sleigh ship, the abandoned sleigh ship that they're on, and she finds a ship full of apparently it's like a species, or at least an ethnicity in some way, called the Ferrareo. It's weird to pronounce it in English, but yeah, the Ferrareo. They come from a destroyed planet. And yeah, the implication was somewhat that Hathria, like that's the implication I got in the beginning, that Hathria had something to do with that. And we later on learned that he did indeed. Oh yeah, we got a little. I actually like that as a small foreshadowing, in which I think Tigris was like questioning Jaina about the stuff that they're learning. And one of the things that they learned is how high is the highest waterfall on the planet of Firareo. Which I guess then oh, okay, so we have this connection there. Why would he even teach them something like that? So I just assumed that might be like a little foreshadowing that he had something to do with the destruction of that planet. Was this not? Is that like a question? Yeah. Ultimately, I would say yes. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So we have that. Oh yeah, so the kids. So that's the thing, that there's other kids, of course, and that basically like an academy for the newborn empire, and they get thrown in like cells, solitary confinement, to sleep overnight there. The weird thing was that Jaina was allowed, or either she wasn't searched or nobody thought about it. She was allowed to keep her multifunction tool with her, which I thought was weird, because like, don't they search you and see whether you have some? I mean, sure, you're a child, but you
The
could have a
kids.
grenade in there in theory. So wouldn't you
Imagine a
like?
kid with a grenade.
Who knows? I mean, they're getting taught in pretty fucked up shit. And what's the downside? You might as well check, like, before anything. I mean, they may carry in a disease as well. Who knows? So you might as well just check them. And yeah, I wasn't sure if she just wasn't checked or if nobody bothered to take it away from her. But her keeping the tool is the setup of how she's gonna escape, because the thing that she's gonna do is to try and destroy the lock of her cell door, and to at some point be able to escape. We do get, though, what we do get, and that's pretty nice. We have more like very downplayed force usage, because it's very apparent from the cold, wet blanket that they described that Hathria throws over them to disable their force use. He's not always having it on specifically, but if he senses that they use the force, he would again activate it, basically. So what she does instead is she's testing out like how much of the force she can use without being found out. So what she does is like I think she controls molecules or something in the air to make them,
Yep.
I guess, like rub against each other.
She makes them vibrate faster until they make light.
Exactly, until they glow
Which
and
is
make like
pretty
a little.
cool.
Yeah, I really was a fan of that. Like, oh yeah, that's just pretty little useful thing. It makes sense why nobody senses that, because of course, yeah,
Mhm.
you're not controlling an act like a full object, just like very, very tiny parts that you wouldn't notice. It's like, okay, that makes sense to me.
I mean, I'm a Dungeons and Dragons fan, as Marcel very well knows, and it's well, I just really like this. It's one of my favorite force powers, even though it's so small.
Mhm.
Partially because of how small it is, but just how cool the effect is.
Yep.
Like
I agree.
you just conjure light out of nowhere. Especially
Mhm.
for kids, that's a very cool mental image.
Exactly, and
And
it's a believable power. It's like, okay, this is something a children probably could do, because it affects very little in the actual world, which should mean it's easier for them.
Yeah, I agree. I liked it too.
Yep, it was a pretty cool little use of it.
and it's like the light cantrip.
That's right.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, and oh yeah, one of the, I don't know if it was a proctor or something, somebody called Vram or Vram. She just kicked him in the shin, which was like, I thought that was
well,
Vram. Yeah,
Yep.
so that was like, okay, yeah, you can still see they are children, because like that's a childish thing to do, but it was funny, like just kicking him in the shin because it was annoying. Yeah, that was chapter 5. So we get chapter 6. Okay, so we get introduced to Waru in chapter 6. So he's like a cult leader. And yeah, okay, it was a bit difficult. I mean, we have a picture of him, but it was a bit difficult to picture what he was supposed to look like from the description. So he has insides that are described like as blood that freezes the second it leaves his insides. So like his insides are entirely sort of made of something viscous and blood and something. It's tough to say what exactly, but that's how it works. And if he bleeds from like, it looks like scales, basically what he has there. that's when the blood immediately freezes. So yeah, that's what he looks like. I mean, you have the pictures here, so there you go. That's what he is. He's surrounded by golden plates or scales, basically, and they, like the people that are present with him, they basically touch that to get into like a drug-like trance. And especially when Luke was in his presence, Luke got exceptionally angry. So I guess it makes more sense to blame his mood swings, let's say, on the presence of Waru on the station as well.
I was gonna just jump in and say I think it's a missed opportunity that we don't have any full body art of Waru, official art of Waru in
Yes, I agree.
It's
We only get
all
one
like,
slide.
Wholeheartedly agree.
yeah, part of him.
We don't know what shape Waru is.
I think he's a cube.
Yeah, he is described as shaped as an altar or something. Like that's he gets described as
I'm
that
largely
constantly.
joking. It's because Fabre keeps asking the question, and then I just say he's Waru shaped.
He's worse.
He defies explanation. He's
Exactly.
whatever he needs to be.
Waru is.
He just is. Yeah.
Exactly. He just is.
You see,
doesn't.
He redefines the shape. So whatever shape he is now called the Waru shaped.
Also, how did Waru not get his own entry in the Essential Guide to Characters or the New Essential Guide to Characters, and yet Hethro did? And
this is outrageous.
Tigris did as well. Or
What?
Tigris. Yeah, Tigris got his own entry in the Essential Guide to Characters, and Waru didn't. I'm highly offended.
I mean, Waru. I mean, this. I think it's this book that introduces the idea of multiple dimensions. So
yeah,
or if I don't know if Children of the Jedi came out before Crystal Star.
It did not.
It did not. So it was this book that that introduced alternate dimensions, which is a pretty big deal. So you should probably introduce them. Yeah, weird. That's weird. Especially like I don't imagine Tigris will ever get mentioned again. It's just a feeling. I don't know. He might be, but I don't think so.
No, although it's weird because like, well, Tigris had. We're going to talk about Tigris, but well, there's another character related to Tigris that we're going to talk about, and that person should have been mentioned again because of the. Anyways, we can get into it when we talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but more about Waru. So, yeah, he can surround you, like physically, actually surround you and heal you like an outer womb. That was the description, which I just thought was interesting. I like these phrases sometimes just to point them out and let them sit for themselves. So yeah, he's like an outer womb. That's his thing. And the question for a long time, at least in between Han and Luke and Savary is he like legit? Is he actually healing people, or is this some show? Is this fake in any way? We do later learn that it is, like it actually is real what he's doing there, but yeah. So that's just there, almost like a conflict between them, or not almost. It's a conflict between them whether Waru even is a thing. So Han gets pretty pissed off about Luke's and Xaveri's like apparent admiration for Waru. Especially, it doesn't. I think Luke described it that way. It doesn't really seem to have a presence in the Force. So it's not really like a Jedi or a Sith in any way. It's just something else, and I guess it's either because the way Waru works is just special, or I don't know, because he's from another dimension and he's not supposed to be there. But I guess it's the former rather than the latter. So yeah, and Han gets pissed off and he's walking away to gamble again. And that I could sort of buy because Luke and Savary. I mean, I guess I buy Luke because it's the Force thing that Waru changes about him, and Savary, I guess, because she spends so much time around Waru. But yeah, they seem to really admire him a lot. Actually, like, oh my god, he's so like he has such potent force powers that I could almost buy Han being like, yeah, okay,
Use Waru.
have fun. I'm gonna go to gamble. Yeah, I could buy that sort of. Oh, exactly. So we have a pretty fun scene. Actually, we're back with the children. There is something in there called it's either a merman or something similar. So basically, like an ant, like a little bug. And Jaina that's like a whole little scene that builds up. So Jaina's just feeding it, and it sets off this idea in her head that, she's pretending like she's not really Jaina or that she doesn't have Jedi powers, but she's just a merman. Who would give a merman a second thought? Like nobody really. And she's then trying to test around because we had the molecule part that that wasn't blocked by Hethria's force powers. Like this anti-force field, I guess you can call it. And she tried to experiment, like how much can she do before somebody senses her and tries to stop her. So she's like, they were playing outside or something, and she's moving little grains of salt around, and she's just like testing, can I do this? And then she starts like throwing it on the food of the proctors. Like the proctors are basically the elite children of Hethria, basically, or like they're like the guards or something. They're closer to Hethria.
The
they're
capos?
like
Are they the capos?
basically, yeah, you could say it that way. Yeah, they're like his little enforcer team, and she throws that like on their food and like down their pants as well. Which is, I mean, it's just a nice little scene of course, her expressing her distaste for them, and also her again using the force in very, very small and believable ways. And then, oh yeah, we got introduced to another character. She was not that important, but she got mentioned throughout the book again, which was it's apparently a Vayupk. I guess I don't know how you pronounce that, but that's the species from the planet Gbu. So GBU is the planet, and as I read it, at least VEIUBG was the species, and that was
Vaybug from the planet Gbu. Vaybug.
Perhaps that, yeah, Vaybug. Perhaps they just misprinted it in the German translation.
Well, I'm sure it was. No, I think that's how it's also printed in English. But I would just B and G. I don't know. I would just pronounce it as like bug.
Yeah, probably. No, because it was. I think I read it like that. That in the German translation, it was actually spelled UBG at the end. So not bug, but UBG, and perhaps they just misspelled it or something. That could be. Gbu, that was the last planet that everyone was on before Montucordru, and so apparently they met, of course, the local species there as well, and Jaina says that she, quote, remembers the soft touch of their tentacles on her hair.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's it's a scene. I guess it's a scene. Sometimes there's these, like, when I write these chapter reviews and I don't comment on anything, I always have the impression that the sentence I wrote down perhaps just speaks for itself. And I guess you are supposed to take that sentence in whatever way you see fit. So yeah. Oh yeah, we get something that I actually wondered about in, I think, I'm not sure if it was Planet of Twilight, I think so, where we wondered like how exactly the turning on and off of lightsabers works. So because in this we have something that Jaina says, that lightsabers can be activated through the Force. Because I remember, I think in Planet of Twilight it was Leia like losing her lightsaber and it immediately got shut off, even though you would assume, like that's always what I assumed, you press a button and then it remains turned on until you press the button again.
So I thought you had to hold it down, but I'm not. It's so inconsistent.
True, it's mixed up sometimes. I guess you need the force to turn it on. I guess I could buy that as well. I would usually assume it's, you need to just press the button once and then it keeps that way, because I assumed that from like Return of the Jedi, when Vader throws the lightsaber, it stays turned on. So I was like, okay, I don't know, but it's a weird little thing that they usually had to change a bit always. But yeah,
it works however the writer wants it to work.
It's true.
Basically, yeah. Which, I mean, it's a lightsaber. It is the most recognizable part, I suppose, like the most recognizable object about your universe. But yeah, it's not the biggest deal. If there's lightsabers that can be turned on one way and the other way, then that's really something I can buy. Like, okay, whatever, it's not a big deal. Yeah, okay, I'm still getting lag, Greyholm. That's sad, actually. Talk to Noah. Yeah, Noah doesn't want to come on, apparently. Jesus, yeah. Oh, and we get another pretty fun scene. So yeah, she is forcing sand. So Jaina is forcing sand down the pants of the proctors. And Jason, at some point, they recognize what they are doing. They like look each other in the eye and they get what they're doing. And because Jason, of course, has a good connection to animals, he's mind controlling the mermaids basically and forcing them to crawl down the pants as well, like the pants of the proctors as well. And yeah, and I mean, it's once again, it's an appropriately childish scene for them to do something as juvenile as that, like putting bugs in your pants. And yeah, exactly. And all the other children, because of course all the other children that are present are really scared and they don't really want to do anything, anything that sticks out in a way, and so they have to struggle to keep their laughter in. Yeah, and
you know what this entire sequence reminded me of? Have you ever seen the movie Matilda?
The name rings a bell, but I don't think I have.
Well, it's basically this little girl with essentially telekinetic powers gets sent to this really strict school, and she uses her powers to basically ridicule the principal, who's a tyrant and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I think it works. It would work in the same way, yeah. And as I said, I think it's. I mean, I don't know, how old are they supposed to be now? Like 5?
Yeah, I think 5.
5 something. So
because if Anakin's 3.5, they're 5.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a perfectly fine scene. And yeah, this is something a child would do if they could, like to a person that really annoys them. So that definitely makes sense. And that's also pretty appropriate, actually. I mean, it was just a bunch of bugs, but they were really affected when the proctors started killing them. And especially, like, even Jason teared up a bit, where you get more of the impression that animals actually mean a lot to him, which once again I really liked. And yeah, I said, like, it's good that despite they are written very smartly, in like generally just as characters, they still all have all these childish sensibilities. Like, they get really sad when even a little, unimportant animal dies or something. I like that they wrote her that way.
Yeah,
that she wrote them that way.
I think you and Pico said at the beginning, like, this was probably the shining part of the book, was the characterization of the kids, and I think it's true. It's really good and incredible. And like, I have young kids. I have a 5-year-old, and she acts like Jaina would. So exactly. I mean, that's why I asked if Vonda had a kid or a family or something, because it seems like she was really good at characterizing them.
It does. I mean, maybe she had like nephews or something where she learned that from, if she didn't have children of her own. But yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't have children, but I would assume this is what children behave like. Because
I think it's pretty accurate.
Yeah,
children aren't stupid. They're just
exactly
different.
They're just a bit, they're getting there. It's normal, but
they have a different worldview, basically.
Yeah, because they are not stupid. I mean, if they need to figure out stuff, they can be pretty creative, but it's always a bit toned down, and it's very appropriate. Yeah, I do like that. I do
Just as
agree.
much adults can be trolls, children are just
Mhm.
trolls in smaller bodies.
Exactly. What was like children and drunk people are always honest. Yep.
Yeah.
It's pretty true actually, yeah. Exactly, and yeah, we get a little scene at the end there with, of course, when Hethria comes back and he throws the cold, wet blanket around them again. They do describe like how much more bearable it gets when Jason and Jaina hug, which yeah, I like it. I like that they've really sold me on that sibling connection in the book, which I mean, you can always just assume that because they are siblings, but no, I like that. I thought it was well done. Chapter 7. So exactly, I think this is the first explicit time that we get introduced to the concept of Jason being really good with animals, specifically that he has good knowledge about them. And yeah, exactly. So basically, there is the whole area that they're in, it's surrounded by like barbed wire, something like a fence with barbed wire, or no, just a fence basically. And outside of the fence, the children get scared about a dragon being there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're actually like, they even speculated whether this was actually true or if it was just said to make them afraid and like even to immediately discourage any attempt to escape. But no, there actually is a dragon there, and Jason even manages to like play with the dragon, which is a pretty nice scene. So the multifunctional tool that Jaina has, it has like a little lens, and he uses that to focus the sun rays to, like, you know what you would do with a cat to let it chase a laser pointer or something. He's basically doing that, but with a little lens on her tool, which I thought was a fun little scene where the dragon actually reacted in the same way that a cat would if they were to chase around a laser. And it's a pretty nice scene. Yeah, I like that. And once again, she we have Jaina consistently trying to drill open her lock so that she can escape at any given point. And yeah, again, we have the rubbing of the air molecules, or like the vibration of the air molecules, so that she creates the light. Once again, I really like that. Then we switch perspectives again to Leia and Chewie. So they want to, because they expect that at some point they will encounter Imperials, because all traces seem to lead towards an Imperial plot against the children. So they are going to disguise themselves. Yeah, exactly, because they also assume like that the Imperials have to be the ones who have tortured all the Firareo that are on the slave ship. I think all of them are like in cryogenic sleep or something, aside from one woman. I think it was one woman exactly who's just floating around, and we'll get to that. They use something I don't think that was ever mentioned before. There's like, I translated it as color crawlers. At least that's what the German version is directly translated into, which is like I assume like a little droid that automatically climbs around your hair, or in Chewie's case around his fur, and is coloring, like is recoloring them. It's dyeing their hair. So I think Chewie is like black and silver colored basically, and I think Leia got green hair exactly, and she's calling herself like Lalila. That was her nickname, her code name in that in the later half of the book.
You said they were called color crawlers?
So yeah, it's the direct translation of
that's
the
exactly
German.
what they're called in the English as well. I just looked it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it is. Yeah, it's always that way. If I have a new word in the German one, I have to guess whether it's the direct translation or whether you got a new word for it, like an
Yeah,
whole different
that was
word.
me when I was trying to edit Noah's chronology.
Oh yeah, true. Because
It's like some of the books I hadn't read, and so I had to look up the word and be like, is this just a translation issue, or is this the actual word?
Exactly. Yeah, it's not lightsaber, it's light sword. Yeah, there's a lot of little things like that. Yeah. Exactly. So, oh yeah, we had a little scene where Leia talks about that she briefly considered disguising herself as a man, and then like I'm just gonna read it. Like Leia briefly considered to disguise herself as a man, but only briefly. In stories, princesses would always disguise as princes. But in stories, the princesses never had hips. They never had breasts. No, she would look like a dressed up woman. I guess that's canon that Leia now has, quite the curves. I guess that's what I'm gonna take for it, because she can't actually pretend to be a man. People would immediately guess.
The courtship cover is canon.
True. That's actually still my favorite part about the book is the cover.
Just the cover.
So,
Carrie Fisher too, apparently.
yeah, it's a really great cover. I can't say almost anything bad about it. Yeah, it's just this one little character that is there that is a little blemish to me. Welcome back. Exactly. Yeah. So Leia is too curvy to dress up as a man. Good to know. Yeah, and exactly. So we also we get more about Anakin being special in a way in terms of his Force usage, where it gets pointed out that he thought Anakin, like he was just born that way, and because they always, what they do in this book is they connect his existence basically like to an actual shining light. So I think Anakin can actually really shine, and it's it's the indication that he's very special in terms of his connections to the Force. Again, I just like that little scene.
So
and
it's like the Force detector in the Jedi Academy trilogy, but better and cooler looking.
Oh, true. Remember that there was a machine that detected the Force?
Yes.
Yeah. I did want to say about Leia's curves. I know that sounds weird to put it that way.
No, I want to keep
this-
it on this
this
discussion.
sounds
I think
like
it's
the-
very important.
This sounds like the perfect scene for your wife to walk in.
Well, I mean, what I wanted to say about exactly. What I wanted to say about her curves is that like after pregnancy, like many women, their body type changes, and like she had 3 kids, right? So
Three
the
kids?
Leia
Yeah.
that you see in Return of the Jedi is not necessarily like the same body type that you would
Mhm.
see in I don't know, the Crystal Star, for instance. And you could even see it with Carrie Fisher, like after she had her daughter Billy, like she looked different, right? So I think
Like all the drugs.
well, and definitely.
Yeah,
I
okay.
was trying to avoid that, but yeah, definitely that played a huge part. God rest her soul.
Yeah, that's whenever I see that cognate in Empire Strikes Back. Yeah.
So, but I feel like the Leia of, say, Return of the
No,
Jedi might have been able to pull off like a man's costume, but maybe not the Leia of 11 or 12. When does this novel take place? Like 13 ABY or 14 ABY or something? Like that?
12 years after Endor, I think was the.
And
So what is
Force
that? Like 16? 16, I think.
Yeah.
Was it that?
Wow, is it that late? I thought it was.
No, sorry. Before the Storm was 12. After Endor. Sorry. So no, I don't know when Crystal Star exactly is. Before the Storm, that was 12 years after Endor, I think, because it said it explicitly like at the like at the beginning of the second chapter.
Yeah, I remember.
No, I'm gonna look it up, but yeah, exactly. No, I mean, she is. I mean, where she you could say she was a girl almost in New Hope.
Looks like 10 years after Endor.
Probably
because it's 14 ABY and
No, 14 ABY. Okay.
14. Yeah, okay. So yeah, she was 19 and 0, right? So she's like 33.
Yeah.
33. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean,
Still pretty
33.
young though. I mean, 33. Wow.
Yeah, and she's chief of state. I mean, it's really young actually. It's
probably ages you too.
Also, don't forget
Yeah.
that in Star Wars, you don't really age if you're drawn by certain artists.
Yeah, Mara
Like
Jade.
Nagano. Yep.
Mara Jade doesn't age because she's dead, but that's a little different.
Do you have to remind me?
No. Wait, did you say because she's dead?
Yeah.
She's my favorite character, and whenever I look at fucking Jean Grey on that sacrifice cover, I'm like, oh, Yeah.
One of these days, I'm gonna get
One
there.
day I'll reach that book. It's gonna be fun. I always think of George Lucas and that other guy. Like, that's great. It's gonna be great.
That was Spielberg, that other guy.
That other guy. Yeah, like I always just see Lucas on there. It's like, who's the other guy actually?
It's Spielberg.
Spielberg. Yeah. I guess I haven't really seen Spielberg as a person a lot. I don't know. Perhaps just me.
Spielberg as a person.
Yeah, only the solo
is
kids
a
really
very
age
memorable quote.
properly.
Yeah, but then again, isn't Jason in his 30s during Legacy of the Force?
Yes.
Like Jason Jenner there? Yeah.
Yeah.
But that betrayal cover, I mean, he looks 16 on that, so
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
He looks like what I am thinking Quash must look like.
Probably, yeah. Actually true. Exactly. So, oh yeah, we get more about what Luke's actual plans are now. So the initial pretense under which they went to this place is that they got a message that supposedly a potential Force user / Jedi was on the Cursey space station. And so, of course, that was part of the reason why they went exactly there for Han's holiday. Han didn't actually plan to go there. And what Luke now wants to try and do is to take Waru back to the New Republic. Basically, he wants to get his followers to cooperate with the New Republic by Waru being there as well. And he also wants to keep an eye on him. That's what he said, like to have him close, to not have him do his own thing without you knowing what's going on, and possibly to learn stuff from him.
But of course, we know what Luke really does. Waru, take me.
Yeah, we'll get to that. I guess I want to keep him. First of all, I want to keep his followers in check. I want to keep him in check, and perhaps if he would, I want to learn something from him. I guess I can buy all of those, but I think he actually wants to take him to Coruscant, which I don't know if that's the best idea. I mean, perhaps you just want. I guess he would be a free ally of yours, but yeah, Coruscant could be a bit risky.
Not the best idea, historically speaking.
Yeah, you could still give him the impression that he's not in a prison, but not specifically on Coruscant.
Waru, he'd know. I think
probably.
he'd know.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah. Oh yeah, Saveri is like exactly. So they visited Waru, and then they turn around and go again until Han notices that. Oh no, I think Han was gone. Luke and 3PO went there, and they went out alone without Saveri. So Han goes back in there again, and this time we get something different. So the first time that Waru demonstrated his powers was that he was basically like wrapping his goo around a character, like around I think no, it wasn't an Ithorian. Ithorian is this one, like whatever, another alien. He had some form of illness, I think it was, and he actually was cured by that. In this case, I think we have an Ithorian family, also with a sick child. This time, though, he so Waru pretends to he pretends to fail in his ritual and actually intentionally kills the child. He feels immensely satisfied with it, and he takes the power of the child, which I guess was not that big, but it was. Oh, jeez. It's all good.
I smacked my bowl.
As long as you haven't smashed anything, that's good.
Nope.
Good there. No, so he extracts their, whatever you want to call it, like life power or force presence, more or less, and he gets stronger with it. While he's basically like, yeah, he's basically doing the Palpatine thing. He's feigning weakness as though it was an accident, but you get the idea, especially from how Han views it. No, I think not from how Luke views it, but from how Han sees it, is that this was an intentional
It's
kill.
Han. It's Han.
Yeah, exactly. Luke doesn't believe that. I think Luke even believes that Han is lying or something, but Han actually says that no, he was satisfied with that. I think it was even described as though he was purring or something when he did that. Like when he killed him, he was apparently very satisfied.
Waru was purring. I would kill to hear that noise, that beautiful noise.
How does goo purr? Perhaps we don't even.
I don't know. I really want to know, but I don't know. Marcel, reading with the Revanchist Crystal Star, full audio drama when?
If there was any book in the expanded universe that I would do a full audio drama for, it would absolutely be the Crystal Star.
I mean,
after we finish Light Tiger.
That's actually cool, yeah. But it would be fun to see that. But no, now that I think about it, like Crystal Star has an audiobook, so how does the voice of Waru sound? That's actually something I want to know now.
So interestingly, Brennan put together like a little audio clip of what he thought the voice of Waru would be. And what he did was he got us all to say, like, my name is Waru. Like the only honorific I esteem is teacher or something like that. I forget that line that he says, right? Or you may call me teacher. It is the only honorific I esteem. I think that's the line in English. And he got like 5 or 6 of us to do that, and he just interlaced it against one another. So it's like it sounds like 6 or 7
timing, but
it sounds like 6 or 7 voices at the same time. It sounds very ethereal, and I think that was really cool. If I ever did like an audiobook, I would.
It should be how
yeah. I sent something in the private chat. That's sort of what I imagined him. So it's Zareth from League of Legends, and his voice is sort of what I would imagine, like multiple voices sort of mixed in together. So it says the same. It's like it sounds like an evil god in some way. I think that's the most. That's how I imagined him to sound like. Yeah, exactly. But
well, because Vonda's like a Star Trek author, right? I always thought it sounded like the angry alien from the Corbomite Maneuver episode, where he almost sounds like he's like in a, I don't know, he's in a some kind of like large auditorium or something like that, but he sounds really like angry and authoritative, like or like the Wizard of Oz or something. Because like Waru is, he's like the Star Wars Wizard of Oz.
Yep, and especially with I think with the multiple voices at the same time, I think that's probably what he would sound like. I just imagine him that way. Yeah, exactly. No, I think.
Speaking of Brennan, where is he?
Yeah,
he might be at. He might have been at church and he's like doing something else. I don't know.
He might have been swallowed by Waru.
That might have been. He was on his way.
I like the idea that when you hear Waru speak, you hear like thousands of voices. You hear like people that you used to know, people that you do know, people that you haven't met yet, but you will one day. You just hear it all.
That was
Nelson.
It sounds pretty fucked up, which would probably be correct then. Yeah, I actually think that as well.
I agree.
Yeah, if I ever do a Crystal Star audio drama, I'm just gonna get Chris Nelson to do Waru's lines, but like 5 separate times so that I can interlace. So it's just Chris Nelson talking over Chris Nelson 5 times over.
Nice. Maybe like at some point he's like talking very like with a very deep voice, and then with a bit higher voice.
I'd pay him. I'd like cameo Chris Nelson to do that.
It's actually pretty nice. It's a good idea. Exactly. Yeah. So no, at this point I was at least intrigued of what Waru was like what he was actually, what he was as a character, because what you guys mentioned, we get sort of loose descriptions of what he's supposed to look like. Sort of. We have that. This artwork here, I guess. But you don't really get what exactly he's up to, and so I was at least intrigued by what he was. And exactly. Oh yeah, Han once again is like being led around by Saveri by his hand. Same thing as before. I don't like it. But he now understands, like, because of course before Han was sort of like Waru. I don't know what he's doing. Maybe those are paid actors. Maybe he is tricking us all in some way, some form of magician or something else, but this is actually happening, what I'm seeing right here.
Yeah.
But now he seems...
See, the skepticism I agree with. Like, even though he, it's like it's more in line for Han to continue to be skeptical about things because he's seen so much, right? He's seen so many cons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, Saveri being one of the
magician,
yeah, exactly. So, and I think that's also something she used. Like, I am a magician. Like, if he was one himself, don't you think I would know? Which I guess you could argue. I mean, if he's better, then you probably wouldn't. But no, I think it's somewhat. I would still say it's in character for Han to be skeptical. Yeah, I mean, he has seen enough of the Jedi now, but true, there's a lot of con artists, and
right. But like that's the Jedi, right? Like I feel like he takes every single situation on its own merits. So
is it only me, or do I see two Grey Homes now?
No, there are two of them.
You can remove the previous.
That was the wrong one.
No, wrong.
Yeah.
I see.
Because I got lagged out. I'm in my grandfather's house since I'm in the middle of moving, and so the Wi-Fi is much worse. I'm also on the top floor.
Grey Home is multiplying.
I see. I mean, that makes...
The Grey Homes are taking over.
I think I must have become like Waru. I now have pseudopods. I don't care that Waru didn't have pseudopods. I'm just saying that for the sake of it.
I mean, this was getting out of hand because now there were two of you. So
it's true.
There you go.
Yes.
Exactly. No, that was the 7th chapter. Yep. Okay, chapter 8. So we get a bit of backstory about Hethria. So Hethria is a Ferrareo as well. So he is the same species, or like the same ethnicity as the people on the slave ship that Leia found. He used to be a procurator. That was his official title in the Empire.
So
it sounds pretty cool, I have to say. Or like
Procurator of Justice.
Exactly, a procurator of justice in the Empire. That's so Han knows him. Han has heard of him. That's what we'll get later, I think. And he apparently, what he did, he sent off people, even his own people, to other planets so they could colonize them. They would basically, build up a good life on that planet, and at some point the Empire would come in and snatch all the goods that the colonizers have built up now away from them again, which sounds pretty horrible, and I like that. Yeah, sounds like a useful thing to do. Exactly. So,
can I jump in here for a second about Procurator? Yeah, I was thinking when I first read the book, isn't that kind of redundant with Inquisitor? And then I was like, well, no, I guess not, because Inquisitor is kind of like a Jedi only office.
Yeah.
Like their job is to hunt down Force users. And I think Procurator of Justice would be something a bit more general. Like he would deal with like enforcing the Empire's laws. So he's probably like a cross between like a chief judge and like a executioner, headsman.
Yeah,
is the way I see him.
An extreme tax collector.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like a very, very powerful general attorney or something. Like
exactly.
In that way, and he's basically how do you say it? Like judge, executioner, and the third one I don't remember.
Jury.
Yeah, judge, jury, executioner. It's probably like his deal. He gets to do these things exactly. Whereas an Inquisitor wouldn't care about any of that. It's just like there's this Jedi or this suspected Jedi. Go there, kill him, come back.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to.
No, interrupt whenever you want to. I don't want to just have a monologue if you have something to say, of course. Exactly. So, but he didn't. The thing he actually didn't do with the Ferrareo, though, is to send them off. So what he did with them, I think he did something else. He
sent them into the middle of nowhere to get stranded. Right,
exactly.
And
so what
put
he
into stasis, or left in stasis, something like that.
What he exactly, yes, they were like in cryogenic sleep, whatever you would call it, or something like that. And exactly, so what he would also do is like take away the children and sell them off as slaves. He told the parents that, like, I think he specifically did that to the Ferrareo. He's told the parents to basically like break them. But I think he did that to everyone, just like to break them and to make them more malleable and more subservient as slaves. So that was always his tactic. Ferrera, that was the planet's name. So Ferrareo is the ethnicity, and Ferrera is the planet. And instead, what he did is he took all the adults away. He left all the children on the planet. Then he destroyed the planet. And, basically, he took the adults with him. And yeah, he kept them in this sleep. So Lilila, as I said, that's the code name for Leia here, that she goes under to not be the Princess Leia with the Chewbacca, because everyone should know who she is if they see her.
Lilila is so dumb, though. That's so obvious.
It's
Come
like,
on.
They actually had a nice idea with Chewbacca. I don't know which name it was. I think I've written it down somewhere later, where it's like a god or something from a Kashyyyk tale, in a way, instead of Chewbacca, obviously. Yeah, you could have done anything else. I mean, when Luke called himself Owen Lars on Planet of Twilight, I actually like that. It's like, okay, you can still have a funny thing. Oh yeah, it's funny Luke calls himself Owen, but it also makes sense because it's far away from Luke, where you wouldn't even guess that it was it. That changing Leia to Lilila, could have done a better job.
If the Jedi had been published, I'd have said she should have named herself after her aunt from Alderaan.
True, that's actually correct.
It would have been a nice connection.
Which one did she always
reference? Had been out,
Aunt,
she could have called herself Briha.
Aunt Pearl or something like that is the one that she's always talking about.
I think the one that was
I
really
can't remember, but yeah,
the one that was really annoying or something. Like that was very like a haughty aristocrat.
Yeah, I think it was Aunt Pearl.
I think it might have been, yeah. Also, do you remember Callista in Planet of Twilight? She called herself Cray Mingler, which is a really
I was about to say the same thing.
It's like,
she did. I don't remember.
Yeah, because of course she didn't want
Cray Mingla. Sorry, wasn't Cray Mingla like a well renowned scientist as well?
Yes, she was an extremely famous scientist from an
top of the line AI scientist.
Yes.
From the McGrody Institute.
Mm-hmm. And of course, she doesn't want Luke to chase her. But Luke, like if some rando walks around and calls herself Cray Mingla, of course Luke's immediately gonna guess that it's Callista. But it's like full identity theft complete. The body and now the name is.
It was her plan all along.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like the equivalent of a green card wedding. Like the only reason that she like pretended to love Luke was that she get a new body, and then she like
just
went off on her own.
Just play along long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke, I can only use the dark side. It's so sad.
Aw, see ya. I like that also, but I like Matt
That
Wilkins'
whole
theory
thing
most.
makes no sense within Star Wars.
Of course it does.
Yeah, but Greyholm, have you thought that, like, in Dark Empire, wouldn't it have been cool if Palpatine just took over Anakin's body and then Anakin fucking died?
Because as we know, Anakin was a baby and nobody cared about him. Yeah, no, exactly.
And we never got to see Palpatine taking over Anakin's body because the EU ended. Quote unquote Matt Wilkins.
Perhaps it's better that way. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I know
Hot take.
I'm crazy with my takes recently, but yeah. Exactly, no. So
Like
on the
Dark
ship,
Empire.
true,
Yeah.
of course, yeah. It's the only sensible take, but whatever. No, so one of the people that Lilila saves is Relau, so also a Ferrareo, and she basically agrees to like help her because, of course, it's sort of also in her best interest to to get help, to get away from wherever they are actually. And oh yeah, exactly. So we get some references to Tigris. Like sometimes I think he was already referencing his mother, and I think that his mother was a traitor of some sort. And we have Relau. Exactly, yeah. And we have Relau speaking to Leia, and also at some point referencing a son that she lost in a way. And I guess by that point already, okay, it's probably that Relau is the mother of Tigris, which ultimately, spoiler, I guess I could say that she is. So that's a little twist at the end. But yeah, I guess the way it was written, I think was pretty obvious, which isn't even that horrible, whatever. It's just a little thing. But oh, exactly. We get a bit of, we get development for Tigris as a character, which I sort of liked because he was pretty annoying. He was like his thing was also that he's a very zealous, like overly zealous follower of Hethria, which I mean, guess makes sense for a child that's been abducted. But exactly, we get Tigris warming up to Anakin. That's his little arc in which, in this case, Anakin is throwing like a tantrum, probably because he wants to go back to his parents and his siblings, or obviously. And Tigris is like, in a sudden moment of comfort, he's like hugging him, and yeah, the way he also speaks about like he's the last time being touched, that it was really a long while ago, and I also think that's when he says like that the last comforting touch he remembers was probably his mother. So yep, exactly. And I hoped it sets up some form of redemption, which they did. So there you go. And he repeatedly starts to not really refuse Hethria's orders, but he's not really doing what Hethria wants him to do, because Hethria is also very zealous about, you're not showing mercy, you're not showing sympathy, you're doing as I tell you. If you do anything else, basically with the adults at least, you're dead immediately. And I like that he slowly starts to not really resist. I mean, he's still a follower of him, but he slowly starts to more or less disobey what he's at least what he's supposed to do. Oh, okay. So we are back with Luke and Han again. So Luke is, yeah, exactly. That's what I was referencing earlier. Luke is pretty dismissive of Han. He believes that. So first of all, he believes that Waru is simply a healer, more or less, and that what happened to the Ithorian family, like the child that he killed, that this was just an accident, and you can't always do it correctly. I guess that's what he believes, which I thought was sort of weird. I mean, sure, weird false presence. Luke is off. That's the thing he's supposed to be, kind of, but I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan of that, especially. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say much more to that. Like, what much more to say about that? It's a thing. So Luke doesn't believe Han. He thinks that Waru made a mistake. Exactly. So we get more about what the nature of Waru's and Hethria's alliance is. So basically, they teamed up with each other. Waru offered Hethria basically like, eternal power and probably like youth or whatever. Because we got an earlier scene where Hethria is specifically mentioned that he imagined himself and also the Empire lasting for 1,000 years. And this was around the time where the Empire's youth was introduced. So I was
this has like real like weird Nazi overtones, this book.
Yeah, and I get it. Empire, space, Nazis, haha. But yeah, it was really, it was kind of obvious in this book, like, okay, yeah, this is just Nazis.
Maybe this is why no one likes the book so much.
Oh god.
Secretly, yeah, like he doesn't actually like Waru. He doesn't care. It's just the references to those 12 years, perhaps, yeah. Exactly, no. So what Hethria offers in return, and we don't really know why he's supposed to do that, we get that later, is basically like sacrifices. And if Waru is satisfied with the sacrifices he's getting from Hethri, which of course it's human or like living sacrifices he's supposed to give, then he will grant him that power. And so we get why especially Anakin is a target of them. The initial thought, of course, is that it's the grandson of Darth Vader, I suppose. That's always a big thing. And but Anakin specifically is like such a blinding light, I think, in the Force, that he specifically is supposed to be the ultimate sacrifice to Waru, so Hethria can get the power that he wants to get. Exactly. So, and Han especially feared that it would be like that, so that he's sort of anticipating already that's going to happen. Yeah. Oh, okay. So again, Han is like messed up. This time he gets hugged by Severi until he falls asleep. I think they both fall asleep, and they're like, they are spending a night, but not in that way. They're just literally sleeping.
Oh yes,
and
the infamous sleeping in the same room together scene.
Yeah. Actually, will lead to
Troy would have thought about that if he actually read the Crystal Star.
I will tell you that if I don't know, maybe this sounds like insecure, but if my spouse ever slept in the same room with a former love interest, I would have some serious questions.
Yeah,
it's like, kind of weird. I mean, no one who has self-respect should not be weirded out by that and have some questions,
right?
Because that's a really strange thing to do, and it's I mean it's gonna be treated as a problem, at least so the book recognizes that it should be addressed, but it's still Han is acting that way for no particular reason. I mean, he seemed to have a good relationship with Luke. I don't know why. Okay, they are fighting all the time. What is that name? You insane person.
I love it. Take me Waru.
Waru.
So anime.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to put an anime blush on, but I didn't have
we
it.
What did you want to say, Graham?
It is now 1 a.m. I have to be up in 3.5 hours.
That sounds like a problem.
Jesus. Yeah.
Well, I would like to sacrifice sleep for Waru. I have school from 7:30 to 4:30 tomorrow, and I did not have much sleep last week, and I will not have a ton of sleep this week either. So I should probably go to sleep.
His devotion is waning. He's out of the cult. I'm just kidding.
Exactly. Should probably eject you out
I'm
of the
the
cult
Archbishop. Now. You cannot eject me.
There's
you can eject Noah though.
What's
he's
that
busy
line?
feeling sad.
What's that line from the Spider-Man film? You can't do this to me.
Oh yeah, Oscorp. Yeah.
Oscorp. Yeah.
Do you know how much I sacrificed? Great scene. Yeah. No. Thank you for staying on for so long, especially if you have to wake up in 3.5 hours. And yeah, I'm sure you want to be on next time for Before the Storm. So
I think you should. You already did Starfighters of Adimar.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Starfighters was last week. Yeah.
I'll get on. I'll definitely try to get on for the New Rebellion and Hand of Thrawn.
Oh yeah.
Maybe Corellian trilogy. I'll see how.
Corellian.
It's going to be back for a Corellian trilogy.
We might get Sibert back on exactly because then we are at books that he actually read, so that's good. Yeah.
I still can't believe he hasn't read the Crystal Star. Shame.
He's reading philosophy.
Shame.
So, yeah. He's taking his time.
But Waru.
True.
I mean, arguably, the Crystal Star is philosophy.
True. You can chill it to him.
Waru is better than Nietzsche.
Oh, that's the hottest take here. For an exit here, especially. No, exactly. But yeah. Thanks for staying for so long and have a good sleep, I suppose. Yeah. You're gonna manage, I'm sure. Yeah.
I hope. Bye.
Bye-bye. So, exactly, yeah. So, yeah, but afterwards, it's always just the Savary scenes with Han that I really seriously don't like, because immediately afterwards, he's like feeling very vulnerable, especially like if he, what it would be like for him to lose someone that he dearly loves. I think Savary mentions that this is something that she went through, and he imagined like if he lost someone like Leia or his children, he might actually not be able to ever love again. Which is like
convenient that he remembers Leia now.
Yeah, it's been a while since he thought about Leia actually, but yeah, exactly. Convenient that he remembers now, but he does remember. That's good. Perhaps it's some unconscious guilt there, but it's quite a serious thing for someone like Han to say, because of course he's a father figure, but he's still sort of the the charming one, the humorous one, and to have him admit that, like, yeah, I would be seriously fucked up and probably never love again. Oh yeah, that's a pretty profound scene, and obviously true. I mean, that's pretty clear. Oh yeah, we get the conflict that was pretty obvious. So Luke, of course, at some point noticed that Han and Savary moved into the same room at the night, but nobody of them, none of them, moved out of the room until the morning. And so, of course, Luke is very pissed off because he suspects that he's actually cheating on Leia, which I didn't know what to. I think I can agree with Luke here, because sure, he knows Han a lot, so he would probably trust him a bit and give him like a bit of benefit of the doubt. Then again, he's influenced here by Waru's presence, and Han doesn't make the best case for himself by spending time and a whole night actually with Savary, no matter what he's actually doing.
Yeah, I think Luke here, his paranoia is amped up, right, to like 11.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
This scene, I think I think it's reasonable in the circumstances.
Probably, I agree. Yeah, I agree as well. And even if he wasn't paranoid by like just the environment, I would still be like, yeah, they were sort of suspicious together in the last couple of days.
I mean, Billy, doesn't he threaten to like kill him or something in that scene?
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, that might be a little out of character, but everything else, I think, like getting angry and suspicious about Han cheating. I think even though they're like best friends and and he's like his brother-in-law and their family. Like if my I have a sister, she's not married, but like if her boyfriend like spent the night with his ex-girlfriend or something, I might think that. I would probably think that too. It would be the first thing I'd think.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially I also have a little sister, especially like if something comparable, I would probably accuse him of something, and if the explanation is not rock solid, which it probably isn't, the fun would probably stop at that point. Yeah, I mean,
like,
killing.
What could you possibly say? Like that way, exactly. I spent the entire night in her room, but nothing happened.
I was just sleeping.
Yeah.
Okay. So you even spent the night in the same bed.
Even now, just saying it sounds implausible.
Of course, yeah, and I mean, Han is not stupid. He would know probably. So, yeah, it was probably one of the most understandable scenes for Luke in this, because I get where he's coming from. Han instead gets pissed himself because he, quote, only spent a few hours with an old girlfriend. Exactly. So in the German it says Freundin, which could both mean a platonic female friend, but also your girlfriend. So I'm not sure what the English translation says. I would assume girlfriend, because that's the factual correct statement.
Yeah, I could try and find it and take a look.
Yeah, it was chapter 8 somewhere towards the end, I suppose. But if you don't find it, it's fine as well. But yeah, like if you would call her just her friend, that would be sort of omitting the truth a bit. So I would hope he says he at least has the guts to say it's his old girlfriend. And yes, spending a few hours.
Here, Here's the line. What the hell's the matter with you? Han asked, poised halfway between laughing and losing his temper. What are you going to do? Chop me into little pieces because I spent a few hours alone with an old friend?
Okay. So Han is lying, sort of. Because he's not quite telling the truth. I mean, I don't think he would tell Luke about Saveri up until this point. There seems to be no reason to. He might have told Leia, but, probably not Luke. Yeah. So he sort of lies. And yeah, you spent a few hours with an old female friend. Exactly. That's especially making it suspicious. Yeah, because that's quite a problem as a married man with children. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I actually wrote it down. Yeah, Luke seems ready, and he seems somewhat to be insinuating that he'd murder him actually, and even more so, he would murder her. And Luke is like, "Let's hope I don't cross her way." That's what he says about Saveri.
That's why he says like, "You're gonna chop me into little pieces" or something like that. He's pretty taken aback by, I actually say what you will about this scene. I love this scene because it's so memorable. Like this scene has been living in my head for the last year since I read this book.
Sort of, you could say that.
At least for me, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it also is memorable, just for the wrong reasons, I assume. But I mean, it is a sensible scene for Luke, and the problem is just Han up until this point has done nothing to just. I mean, sure, he wants to defend himself because, of course, he knows that he actually didn't do anything, but still, like, a person with a spouse could consider this to be cheating already. I mean, you're seeking comfort in the arms of another woman. Sure, you're not doing the deed, but that's a bit still.
For sure. Through this conversation, I've actually come to a new perspective, and that's everybody complains about the characterization of Luke in that book, but I think that's fully explainable. I think the issue is the characterization of Han in the book.
I think I agree, because Han wouldn't be influenced by Waru and by the Crystal Star in the way that Luke does.
Absolutely.
So I think Luke has more. I mean, the way that Luke acts is horrible, but there's more justification for him because there is a reasoning given, whereas Han has really no reason. And yeah, it seemed to. I don't know if it seemed to try to make a statement about Luke, like Han's relationship philosophy, because if you remember, I talked about this in the beginning where he says like, "Oh, if Leia has if we have an innocent flirt with somebody, that's not a problem." Like, that's sort of I mean, you haven't met last week.
Where do you draw the line, right? Like, where do you draw the line at that point?
Exactly, because you would have to ask, okay, an innocent flirt is not the problem. Well, what's the use of that? What is that innocent flirt supposed to accomplish? Like,
why are you doing it?
There's immediately this reason of this question of, yeah, exactly. Why are you doing it? Is there something I'm not knowing? Because it feels like that. No, I agree. I think Han is probably worse in this than Luke. Yeah, I think I've come around to that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we know that Han didn't actually do anything, of course, because we've read the book. But Luke has a point, and oh yeah, at this point, I did say that the whole interaction was horrible from both sides, and more so from Luke's perspective. But I actually don't agree with that anymore. Yeah, Luke has a point, definitely. Oh, okay. So basically, so Leia and Rilau, they go like, they want to try and find whether I think whether some of the people that they're searching for have been sold recently or something, or whether they are being auctioned off. So they are going to like a big tentacle monster that's called I translate it as the Registrator. I'm not sure if that's the translation, but something like this.
Still in chapter 8?
No, that's chapter 9 already. So 8 was finished with that. So chapter 9 was the Registrator. That's the German name, der Registrator. I don't know if it probably is the same, but yeah, apparently it's in a space like that is filled with a bunch of boneless creatures, and there is a glass structure in the middle of the room, I think. and what he does is he moves his tentacles there. He sings some sort of melody, and he tries to, like, with that is his way of trying to find out whether a Ferrareo slave is being sold currently. Presumably to find Rulao's son, which then might also lead them to Jason, Jane, and Anakin. They pay an exorbitant amount of money for that service.
Oh, he's called the Indexer.
The Indexer. Okay, I guess the Indexer. Okay, Registrator was the German name. So, exactly. So the Indexer. They pay him a really high amount of money to only then find out there is no Ferrareo for sale. They of course can't get their money back. It's just like, you're gonna give me money, and whether I find anything is, I'm gonna wait and see for that one. They don't find anything. But what he does give them as a hint is that there is apparently currently that there's a slave station that's been given the name the Asylum Station. I guess that's the proper translation. It used to be a place where Imperials tested like killing methods on intelligent life. And exactly, it might not. So Leia assumes it's been something that's been misused, and it's now sort of used as like a slave trading hub. Leia assumes that the New Republic destroyed it because the New Republic outlawed slavery, supposedly. But yeah, apparently this place still exists, so they want to find out which place this asylum station is. Yeah, and presumably it's also under Hethria's control now in some way.
One thing I did want to say about the Ferrareo is that James Luceno has a kind of minor spoilers for later on, but has a Ferrareo character in a novel that takes place like way after the Crystal Star, and I thought that was kind of cool.
I mean, okay, so it's either Millennium Falcon or Unifying Force. Hey, that's actually cool. I like it because there's a lot of these scenes, and I sort of like, you sort of seem to develop a sense for it when you read it. It's like, this is a thing that I'm going to read about in this book and then probably never again. So
Yeah.
if there actually is something that's like, oh, it's not the biggest deal. I mean, you can't include everything, but at some point you'll have a character that is a Ferrareo.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, Luceno, being the continuity master that he is, he brings in the whole thing about the fact that they're basically like an endangered species at this point because they've lost their planet.
Yep.
Because of what we learned here, and most of them were on those slave ships, basically just in cryo sleep or whatever, suspended animation. And so it's just like they're almost like Alderaanians in a way, in the sense that like they're a people out of place, right? They have no home. They're nomads.
Exactly. Exactly, yeah, because Ferrari, I have understood that the planet also is uninhabitable now, and
exactly,
won't ever be inhabitable again.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically they work the same as Alderaanians, and yeah, the fact that we do get them again is pretty neat, actually. Yeah, it's good that they're not just one of thing and forgotten again. But
and Munto Kodru and the Kodru G, they come back and the werewolves come back in the Legacy comics later on.
Yeah, I think you've told that to me already. Exactly. Yeah, that's also pretty neat. I don't want them to disappear. I like that they are mentioned again.
The Crystal Star has such a huge, like, unstated impact on the rest of the expanded universe. And
yeah, because what I always sort of got is, next to probably like Callista books, at least the Hampley books, the Crystal Star seems to have had the least direct impact in terms of like things being referenced actually and having like a very noticeable impact. But yeah, actually there's a bunch of stuff that did flow out of that into other works, which is really nice, especially like the characterization of the children.
But young Jedi Knights, etc. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, sorry. Just wanted to bring that up.
It's cool. It's pretty cool, yeah. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, we got this part of the indexer. It's just a weird tentacle thing that plays music via a glass structure, and that's how he determines whether slaves of a specific ethnicity are being sold. And I mean, we don't really get how it works. It's just a weird thing that does what it's supposed to do. I couldn't really I couldn't really say anything more about it. It was a very, very bizarre thing. Like, what does that even have to do with anything? Apparently, that's how it works. And yeah, nothing. I would also like the Indexer, for example. I would suspect this is a character we will never hear about again.
I think that might be right. I'm not.
Yeah.
I don't recall if the Indexer ever comes up again. But...
I remember a similar creature existing in. There was one in Dark Apprentice, I think. The weird, the magic conch from SpongeBob on Mon Calamari. It has like all the information from the sea, and also
I think, and then you just never hear about it again.
Exactly, and I think in Darksaber there's also something when Han and Leia go to Durga's palace on Nar Shaddaa. There's
an information broker.
Exactly, like something that also like it slips down a hole or something, and it does things, and then comes out and has information.
Because I just reread Darksaber. That's the creature that tells them about Dala being back.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, that was that. Yeah, it sometimes has this feeling of you need characters to have specific information, but you don't have quite the way of getting them to the point where they get this information naturally. So you have these one-off characters that just work for one moment. They will never be anything again, and they just move the plot along. It's not the biggest problem, but it's to me it was a very bizarre thing to read. I don't know. It's kind of hard to guess what exactly the point of, like, the further point of that character was, which, yeah, probably is there is none. Exactly. So, Han. We have a bit of internal monologue from Han. He now says it himself. He still has feelings for his ex, he won't deny it.
Oh no.
Okay. Sure. If you've broken up from your girlfriend and at some point later you remember the time, it's like I get it. Okay, it's like, oh, it's rose tinted lenses. Oh, everything was great.
I remember those days.
I do remember those days, yeah. But you're a married man. I'm sorry, but actually not. Like, what the fuck? I get it. Okay, perhaps, but can we just please go away from that? Just stop talking about severity.
Yeah, I mean, like, I guess it's like a realistic emotion. I personally can't relate to it, but I just don't like that Han's feeling that way. I think it's disrespectful.
It's like you might think positively of the time you shared back in the day.
Exactly, you have fond memories.
Yeah, but to say I still have feelings, that's a bit of a different statement for me. It's like, so what? Like, you could see yourself having a relationship again. Is that what I'm supposed to get? I don't know, but yeah.
What's kind of messed up though is like the juxtaposition. Like Vonda writes that while Han's wife unknowingly is desperately searching for their children.
Mm-hmm.
And here he is, like, reconnecting with an old girlfriend. It's kind of, it's like, I know, like, obviously Han didn't know what was going on, but it's kind of messed up if you think about it. If you think about it.
If you do think about it, and that's something even though people more treat it more as a joke, which I get, but it really pisses me off personally. Is have you heard from the initial plans for Shadows of the Empire that infamously where Leia and Caesar are almost getting it on, it was actually different from what Lucasfilm initially apparently wanted, which is that Leia actually falls in love with Caesar and has a thing there.
No, I mean, like, you're right, but I mean, like, no, I can't handle it. Don't want to hear it.
Like it's the same thought. Like, imagine that Han Solo, poor motherfucker, he gave everything for that alliance, and he's frozen in carbonite, and he can't do anything. The first thing that he sees when he wakes up, it's like, yeah, you know, you have heard of Caesar. Yeah, that was a thing.
And it's not even like the whole, like, oh, I thought you were dead, because she knows he's alive. She's trying to, like, she's trying to get his body back, right? Or his carbonite.
explicit confirmation that he is alive.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. I just randomly thought about that. I've heard that at some point, and I think it was actually supposed to be true. Just a bit of a curveball here.
That would have been
The
such
original
a misstep. Such a misstep if that happened.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been like, if that would have been, and apparently, like, I mean, Steve Perry is also somewhat described as a bit of a perv. I mean, he still has Caesar almost. I mean, he has a kid. He has him kiss her, sexually assault her. So there you go. But even Perry was like, I can't write this because, of course, like he is the one putting his head under the guillotine with that.
I have a new saying. This scene is so inappropriate that even Steve Perry blushed.
Yeah, even he was like, I don't know, I can't write this. That would be really screwed up. But no, little curveball. I've actually read that in an article at some point, and it seems as though this was the initial plan for Iron Man 3 back in the day. So you remember when in Iron Man 3 there was this character, what was he? Eldritch Killian, like the Mandarin.
Yeah.
And there was this almost implied thing going on between him and Pepper Potts, where like in the last moment it's like, oh no, of course I don't want to leave you, Tony. Apparently this interaction between Pepper and Killian was also supposed to go down differently. Apparently, because he uses that Mandarin drug on her, whatever. He was supposed to have fun times with her, make a tape about that, and post it like in universe into the internet.
Oh God, can you imagine how that would have went down in today's political climate?
I mean, I would agree with if that was how it was. Like, it's very tough to invest into, even if it's not the character's fault. It's still like, oh, I mean, it's sort of they have put themselves into that position, and yeah, like how do you recover from this? So who has an idea like this? How do you determine that this is a good thing to write? Yeah, and especially today, like I don't think that would have been very.
It would have been like the narrative of the first 3 waves of the MCU would have been like, oh yeah, like they were all except for that one,
Yeah,
I'm glad that they didn't do that.
It would have left quite the blemish, and it would have tarnished a lot, and I don't think you could have fixed that. Yeah, exactly. So inappropriate. Please stop talking about her. I don't like her here. She has no particular use that another random character couldn't have done, but whatever. Okay. Oh yeah, that was something I also didn't like. Like one of the first major things I think I didn't like about the children's part. Whereas apparently the cells of the kids didn't have to be locked from the outside because, quote, Hethria didn't expect anyone would escape and open all the doors. Which, we have always joked about that. It's like, nobody would be so stupid to try and kill the US president, so we won't guard him because nobody would be so stupid. It's like, no, I mean, still nobody might be that stupid and try it, but for the case that somebody is, you should be there and guard him. And it's the same way. It's like, nobody's gonna try it, so why should I? It's like, well, does it hurt for you to lock the doors from the outside? Like,
right. It's not even like it would have cost him that much in terms of like resources.
It's whether the lock's on the inside or on the outside, like it has no bearing on your resources. Exactly. It's literally just smart decision and possibly stupid decision. And ultimately it is a stupid decision because that's how Jaina escapes. But yeah, that was a very weird thing for me. So yeah, once again we have a bit more of like Jason befriending animals. So basically what happens is that Jaina breaks out. She is finally like did everything that she could with the door. She opens all the doors with all the children who are there. And they now escape into the wild. And what Jason also had, that he had like a little bat from Montukodru. Once again, wondering like, why was he allowed to have an animal with him if he's like a slave? It was sort of weird. But
I guess maybe they thought like, oh, okay, we'll let these kids have these little baubles and pets because it'll make them less whiny or something.
I guess I could buy that. I guess so. Yeah, and perhaps it's sort of the same with Jaina's tool. Although, yeah, you could be suspicious, like, why do you have that specifically? But sure, you could say, like, okay, children are annoying. If they just shut up, I could sort of buy that, yeah.
Yeah, and they ultimately they want compliance, right? So I'd like to think with Jaina's tool, it was just like someone who was like highly incompetent took a look at it and it's like, oh, whatever, this children's toy can't do anything. So
perhaps, yeah, that might be it. I could buy that. Exactly. So we have all of this, and the bat. I mean, at least the bat actually has like a use. So it's basically it's flying ahead, it's scouting ahead, and searching for the way that they are able to walk on, and like where they are supposed to go now, which is somewhat nice. And yeah, and also we have something like sometimes I guess specifically when they get a bit emotional, Jason and Jaina call each other what I assume they called each other as babies, which is like Jaya and Jasa.
Yeah, Jaya and Jasa.
Like, which is, once again, like, okay, an appropriately childish thing for them to do. But exactly, yeah, still they act smartly. They know they shouldn't still shouldn't use the force while they're escaping. Exactly. Oh yeah, so the dragon that is with them that helps them actually. So they of course at some point get chased by the proctors, and the dragon helps fight them off for a time at least, or distract them for a time. So they have a bit of a lead. And what they ultimately escape over, like there's a swamp, and what they do is also once again use the force in like a very, very subtle way to produce like a thin line of ice that's going over the swamp. That's where they slowly like walk over, all of them, and there's like a caved out tree or something that is leading upwards. That's where they all climb into, and Jaina stays behind, like as the last one. I think it was Jaina, and then the pursuers at some point catch up with them. They go into the swamp as well, like they're stepping on the ice, and that's where she, turns the ice back into the water again, so they all fall down and basically like get stuck there. Which was again a nice little scene, good, and a good way of them getting rid of their pursuers, because let's be honest, I don't know if they were children. I had the idea, I guess they were more like teenagers perhaps, so they would be quicker obviously, and that was a good way to get rid of them.
Yeah, I got that impression too, that they were like teenagers.
Probably, yeah. They probably were older, at least a few years, yeah. Exactly. So chapter 10 now. We have a bit more like what I said earlier about Tigris. He's pretty sweet actually with Anakin. He's almost treating him like it's his own little brother. We get the confirmation, I guess, now that he is indeed Rilao's son. And the asylum station that the indexer was talking about is actually Kersey Station, so the one that Han and Luke are currently on. That one I didn't guess, but I suppose it should have been obvious. But yeah, no, nice little twist, I guess. We get more about how the planet, like the place that Jason, Jaina, and Anakin are on actually works. So it's a controllable world ship. So basically something that Palpatine gave to his closest advisors and friends, and colleagues, and they it's basically an artificial planet, but it works like a space station. So you can actually fly, you can go to hyperspace, I think, as well. It works like that. So it sounds, I was wondering, like, does it make sense that it probably also never gets mentioned again? I guess it sort of does, because it wasn't supposed to be for everyone. But then again, it sounds like a very useful weapon.
Well, okay, so I think I don't know if this gets mentioned again. I thought it might, but I there was something in Noah's chronology when I was working on it, and I forget the primary source, but the New Republic was basically studying the world ship technology,
Okay.
I thought it was based on the fact that they secure this one at well, spoilers. Never mind.
Yep.
Keep going.
No, that would actually be good if they did it, because it's pretty useful, and it makes me wonder, like, the Empire at its prime, were they mass producing it in a way? I mean, I guess it takes a lot of resources, and most of that would have been going to the Death Star. But yeah, I just wondered, like, I think it's plausible enough to say it didn't get produced more than, just a few selected people from Palpatine's inner circle. But yeah, it just made me wonder for a bit. Exactly. So, oh yeah. So what happens now is that, so we have, I think, yeah, exactly. So Hethria and Tigris, I think, and like a bunch of other people, they are also now going to Kersey Station. They land on the with Anakin, of course. So Anakin is still separated from Jason and Jaina, and they encounter 3PO there. So he is, yeah, he was like blocked, like body blocked by Tigris, who was, who was preventing him from going anywhere, because he supposedly, like, of course, he saw Anakin, and it made him wonder, why is Anakin here? And then I just wanted, like, yeah, wait, 3PO canonically, I mean, okay, Children of the Jedi came out afterwards, so that's where you make the distinction. But I wondered, like, from the timeline, we know that 3PO is as powerful as a mechanically enhanced cyborg. Like, he has like a Terminator. He can open up metal doors that are shut.
Right.
So I was like, if a little wimp just stands around in front of you, he could probably like push him and break his shoulders if he did. So
It's such a funny mental image, just like 3PO,
like a gangster, like just pushing him, and he flies away. And yeah, it would be fun, especially because like how 3PO walks, he's so slow, he's so clunky.
So this is just another way that Children of the Jedi shits on Crystal Star.
Exactly. There you go. But it's new, so it's good. Exactly. So that happens. Yeah. 3PO. I didn't quite understand what happened to 3PO. I assumed he was like cut apart basically by Hethria, or like at least damaged in some way, because I think later on he was fine again. So I didn't quite understand what happened. But Hethria. So Hethria has a specific lightsaber that also uses the Force. Like, I think he's powering it with the Force instead of like just pressing a button. And for some reason it gets destroyed, like, or it gets seriously powered down. And Hethria, of course, is confused, and he's feeling a bit weird as well, sort of similar to what Luke's going through. And yeah, exactly. I just wrote down it might get resolved later. I might as well. So yeah, exactly. The crystal star that is close to the station, it's like more or less not disabling, but like distorting the Force in the station itself. So specifically, Hethria's lightsaber that uses the Force doesn't work anymore, which is somewhat convenient that he doesn't have a normal button lightsaber, but okay.
And remind me, what color was his lightsaber? Was it like silver or something like that?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I might have just assumed it's red, but it might not be. I don't remember.
Let me quickly look it up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna look up in my copy of Crystal Star.
Exactly. We have that. Oh yeah, at some point I unfortunately didn't even write down.
Yeah, here I was right. Sorry, the whining hum of Lord Hethra's lightsaber filled the room, and the silver gray light of the blade cast shadows on Tigris's empty hands.
Silver, okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'd love to see what that actually looks like in like a.
Don't we have? Corrin has a gray lightsaber. Don't we have or a silver lightsaber? Don't we have a picture of him with his lightsaber?
I thought his was more white, but I guess no. You're right. It is silver. It is silver. You're right. No, it's Corrin's.
Okay. Oh, we have something here. Wait, we have like his
new iJedi cover. I think the Essential Legends version has Corrin's lightsaber on it.
I think so too. Wait, I found this picture. It's on Wikipedia. I think that's supposed to be silver.
Is that supposed to be Corrin? Because it looks like
it looks like Jason more. Yeah. I guess.
He looks very young for Corrin.
Yeah, and there's an Ithorian there. I don't know. I would actually like to know where that's from. I mean, it looks like official artwork of
It looks
somebody.
like an MJO thing.
Yeah.
And if it is, I have a feeling I know why the Ithorian's there.
Oh, it's I think it's the cover. It's the Nagano cover for either Ruin or Onslaught, Dark Tide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it might be, but
Probably
yeah.
Ruin.
There you go. Yeah. So I assume that. Yeah, exactly. It does look more like Jason and Betrayal already. But yeah. So apparently that's what it's supposed to look like. Exactly. So unfortunately I didn't quite write down how Leia and Rilao, they find the world ship. Of course, Hethria is not there anymore, so it's only the Proctors basically that are defending the planet more or less. But I don't actually remember how they found the planet. I haven't written it down. So, do you, by any chance, remember how they got there?
Here, let me take a look.
Trying to wonder because I. Pretty sure I knew it. And
Trying to wonder.
Exactly. I'm gonna just quickly.
What chapter are we on? 10?
We're on 10 still, so they are now landing on the controllable planet, or they have already landed exactly, and they are talking to. So here, that's chapter. No, that's 9.
Oh, it says Leia felt her mind tremble. She slapped the emergency controls of her ship and crashed out of hyperspace.
Oh, yeah,
so
I guess
she used the Force, I guess. But
I guess because Hethria isn't there anymore to block their Force presence.
Yeah.
So that's how Leia now can feel them, basically. Like how
it's this chapter starts off, chapter 10, with Lilila heard something. It was a cry from a far distance, a call to someone else.
Oh, exactly. Okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. Okay. Exactly. Yeah, that's how they find where Jason and Jaina are now. And they land on the planet. They manage to find the children. And Jason and Jaina, they were a bit scared after that whole ordeal where they couldn't really trust their connection anymore because they had to assume it's always just gonna be blocked again or be cut off again by Hethria. But Rilao actually had a nice little moment where she encouraged them to embrace the connection again. And she sort of speaks authoritatively on the Force, where we find out that, which was a bit weird for me, she was a Jedi at some point, and she was also secretly trained by Vader. Which was funny to me. Like, how many secret apprentices / slaves does Vader actually have now? So he has her. He has Starkiller. I think that's not the only ones. I think
Shira Bree.
Mm-hmm.
Who becomes Lumaya.
Oh, Lumaya, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like he seems like a busy man that he has time to individually train so many people that nobody knows about.
I mean, in fairness, Palpatine has his Emperor's hands that he's training and all that stuff too. So I feel like it's just it used to be the rule of 2, but it was with Palpatine or Sidious, where he really encouraged this kind of let's have multiple agents and assassins working for us that can use the dark side, because he at the same time had Maul and who else was he? I thought there was another. Anyways, I guess Dooku would have been his apprentice at the same time.
Dooku. Roganda Ismarin, she was also a
hand.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. We had multiple hands, yeah. So,
although I never got the sense that Rilao was a hand of the
no.
No.
She might she would have probably been directly trained or involved with Palpatine, but she said, I think explicitly, that she was a secret
apprentice of Vader.
Apprentice to Vader, yeah. So she probably wasn't a hand. Who knows what exactly she was? I don't think she even really specifies what she used. Oh no, exactly. So she was captured together with her husband, and they were supposed to both of them, I think, were not particularly strong in the Force individually, but they were supposed to produce like a very strong child in the Force. That was what Vader's ultimate use for them was. So that's why he both trained them both, sort of. And that child was Tigris, like the child that was supposed to be very strong in the Force. She describes like Vader could never really understand how she thinks, like that she's like compassionate and she doesn't want to be like him at the end of the day. And Leia actually has a pretty nice counter to that. It's like he would have understood at the end of his life, which I thought was actually a very nice little sentence, because that's another thing about Leia they always flip-flop on, is what exactly is her relationship to Vader. Because all the time, and this is something that all the authors would have to answer to, all the time they seem to make this shtick about, oh, I really hate Vader. I refuse to believe he's my actual father. I hate him. But and to a certain point in the timeline that's acceptable. But at some point you named your son after him. Like that, it sort of implies that you've gotten over it now. And it's like, I hate Darth Vader. Oh yeah. By the way, hi Anakin, my son.
I think maybe she makes a mental distinction in her head that like Anakin and Vader are two different people.
I guess so.
But it's not. Yeah, it's not clean.
Yeah, and also we have that scene. We have that scene in. I mean, okay, it's Bakura, so it's early in the timeline where the Force ghost of Anakin actually comes up to her, but then the wounds are still too fresh, I suppose, where she doesn't accept even Anakin Skywalker. But yeah, perhaps like that's perhaps the the explanation we have now on why she's behaving the way she does, because there is really no other one. But yeah. But I liked it because this scene implied that she actually does accept him. It's like, okay, yeah, Vader in his prime was a horrible human being, but towards his end, like right at the end, he would have understood what you felt like, because of course that was his last moment. So I really liked that little scene. Oh yeah, there's something. So apparently Relau is really good at Force healing abilities, which Vader forbids her. Like he restricted her from using that. She wasn't allowed to use healing techniques.
Base.
Sort of like, but
no, I'm just kidding.
It's like, I mean, I don't know if this is like a very easy way to make someone sound evil, but we know that Vader is evil, but still, even evil people need to be healed.
Well, and in Shadows of the Empire, I think it shows that he's trying to heal himself of his scars and stuff like that, right?
And there you go. I mean,
that's his meditation chamber is all about, like him going in there and healing.
Yeah, and it makes sense, of course, because obviously, I mean, even an evil person needs to heal. I mean, even Adolf had a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, just because you're evil.
Yeah, I guess you could say that it's healing is like not to make this like a video game, but like healing is a distinctly light side ability.
Yeah, that's what I got. It's like, okay, it reinforces her position as a light side user, which of course she wants to stay. But yeah,
this week she wants to stay.
True. We never know, but yeah, exactly.
I mean, I always explain these character discrepancies in the expanding universe as the fact that like in real life, people are very inconsistent sometimes.
That's true, I guess. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, that's true, but
when it's something as massive as becoming a Jedi, I think it's a bit different,
especially for a character like Vader, who should know. It's just it was a weird, like, it wasn't the biggest, like the horrible scene, because that's what I have with a lot of criticisms in the EU. It's like individually all these things to me don't work, and they sometimes get me out of the game for the book. That's especially why I didn't like why I hated when the beginning sucks, because if the beginning premise isn't sold to me, I can't buy the story of your book, because it's like, sure, okay, and the stuff may be great, but the beginning didn't work. But a lot of this stuff is like it has no specific influence on anything happening, but it's still something I feel like that needs to be pointed out. So it's always, it's always this weird in between. It's like it has no influence, it has no real bearing, but it's still, no, exactly. But yeah, it was a weird thing, I would say. But overall, and that was really all there is to say about the 10th chapter. I mean, there's just a lot of, Jason, Jaina, and Leia reunite. So obviously, there's just a lot of feelings, a lot of very, very nice emotions. But there's nothing specific to point out. It was just a nice little chapter. Chapter 11. So Han gets attacked by 2 droid guards who, quote, look like R2 after he was given growth hormones. I mean, okay, I guess some form of buff droid or something, or just like a killer droid. But
So strange.
It's like, am I supposed to believe they are not humanoid? Because wouldn't he then say like
giant R2D2s? Is that what he's trying to say?
I don't know. Is it astromechs or like something similar? Are they not humanoid? Because wouldn't he then just say if they are like humanoid, or it's like 3PO was given growth hormones? They specifically are 2. I was like, I really want to know what these guards actually look like, because I have no picture in my head with this description. It's a very weird one. Once more we get a bit of like astronomical occurrences. They just sound nicely. There's nothing more specifically to say about them. So we have a bit of world building now, which is gonna, influence. Now that we're moving towards the end, it's gonna influence the ending. So we have this star there, the titular crystal star, and it doesn't actually burn anymore in the same way a usual like sun would do, but actually it's losing heat, and as we said already, it turns itself into a quantum crystal. So that's like, it's a hint that, okay, this whole system is sort of destabilizing in a way, and something is gonna happen with it, which we'll get like right at the ending. Exactly. Oh, we have like the conference of Hethria, like before they go to meet up Waru, and one of Hethria's men is like a bit doubtful, or like it's just, this is not going fast enough, and Hethria is immediately just like, you don't believe in me, like you think I'm incapable or something. He gets branded a traitor. He immediately gets branded a traitor. Hethria wants to choke him, and as we would assume, he wants to actually kill him. But at some point he gets a gray face from the, like his face turns gray from the attempt, and which was the same reaction he had to the lightsaber incident before. Exactly. Once again, we didn't get the explanation that it was about the crystal star, but of course, in retrospect, it's pretty obvious. Like the Force use in general is just not really working how it's supposed to, and Hethra pretends as though he didn't want to kill him, and it's like an act of mercy that he lets him go. But of course, that's not the case. He actually did want to kill him. Exactly. So we have that, and that's something I didn't understand, and I had a hard time even translating what it was supposed to mean. So we have on the artificial planet with Leia and with Lila and Relau, they of course ask the question, well, where's Anakin? And there is something that has a master called Lady Uche. Lady Uche is one of the confidants, basically, of Hethria. And the way I translate it is a hairy protuberance with a star wreath made of fleshy tentacles. I honestly, I don't even know if you remember this scene happening, but there's this weird thing that tells them where her master, Lady Uche, is, and that's how they learn that they go to that they went to Kersey Station, and I had no idea what this thing was supposed to be, because in German also the words sounded so nonsensical to me. I didn't get what they were supposed to mean. Some weird creature gives them the way, I guess. So there's nothing more to say.
I could try to look it up if you really want, but I don't know if I can find it.
Yeah, it's like right at the end of chapter 11. You could look if you see it. Like, if you see it.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Let's see.
But
I'm at the end of chapter 11. Hold on.
Yes, somewhere towards the end, where Leia and Relau find out that they have to go to Kersey Station.
Here, human, the voice said. You are human, a hairy protuberance with a starburst of fleshy tendrils pressed through the opening and wriggled, sensing her. Or do you prefer trans species?
Exactly, yeah. That thing. I had no picture in mind. I didn't know what this was supposed to be looking like. It was just a very weird word salad to me, but oh well, whatever. Just gave the way, and that was it. Chapter 12, exactly. So Leia and Relau also are on Kersey Station, and they say to themselves that they get a migraine. So once again, it's pretty obvious it has something to do with a star there. Exactly. So Relau wants to get to Hethria, basically, and at some point she's asked about her name, and her response is, if you knew the Lord, or like my Lord, you'd know my name. And that works, and she's she's being let through, which is a weird way to get through, but yeah, that happened. Luke, we get even more. Luke is even more affected by the star now, so he loses his connection even to the Force. I think he feels blind and deaf. He couldn't tell anymore whether Han was telling the truth about Saveri, so which he would usually somehow be able to do with the Force. And apparently, so the way I understood it, it didn't seem obvious to me that this happening actually changed your personality. I didn't quite get that this was how it was going, so I wasn't sure what to make of that. If Luke's aggression is probably the most inappropriate thing still, but I'm not sure to which degree, because it's not that clear how much the star is influencing him.
Well, I guess we could say like he is the most affected because he's the strongest Force user, and like by far, I think, because
that might be
like Hethra isn't really like that strong of a Force user from the sound of it, right? Like he's kind of like a bit of a jobber.
Mm-hmm. And Hethria is also, like, you could argue he is already using the dark side, presumably, so it wouldn't affect him in the same way as someone who doesn't usually use aggression in a way. So I guess I could buy that. Yeah, Luke is probably the strongest, and he might be the most affected in a way. Oh yeah, exactly. So Hethria knows that Anakin is Vader's grandson, so obviously would know that Leia is Vader's daughter. I'm wondering. I seem to remember that at some point Luke and Leia revealed to like the public that they were the children of Darth Vader, but I don't remember if it happened, and if it did, where. Because
it does not happen until between this book and Black Fleet.
Oh, okay, I see. Because I was confused. Off screen. Okay, yeah, because I would wonder, where does Hethria have that information from?
I guess it could have happened before this too.
Yeah.
No reason it couldn't.
Probably, yeah. So it's like, it usually means that they are the target of somebody, whether that's what's his name from Champions of the Force, from Karida.
Oh,
Fergan.
Fergan.
Or he. Oh, okay. Or here now it's Hethria. Yeah, okay. It always somehow means that they are the target of something. Yeah. and Tigris. Okay, yeah, so Tigris also has a bit more development here. So he, of course, everything that he does for Hethria, whether it's even just like sleeping in front of his door, he views it as a big honor, and he can't get why the other children don't feel that way. And at some point he understands that, especially like the sacrifice stuff, because Anakin is supposed to be sacrificed now. It's not something other children are actually making a choice towards, because he says like he would probably make that choice for Hethria if he were given the choice, but the others don't really have that. And now he sort of, for the first time, really understands that they truly have no choice, that they don't want that. And before Anakin gets to be sacrificed to Waru, he takes him and runs away. I do wonder how he manages to take him at all, really, but it was at least a nice payoff for Tigris to now be like, okay, no, I'm going to resist. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I thought he had a pretty decent character arc, Tigris.
Yep.
It's a bit of an inconsequential character, especially in the grand scheme of things, but he had a decent character arc.
I agree. He really seemed to like start to like really love Anakin as like a little brother, basically, because Anakin did like him, and he, like, when he was asleep, he was snuggling against him and all of that. So it's not like Anakin hated him, and he did warm up to him. And yeah, as you said, probably not gonna have any real impact on anything, but it's a nice little thing for this book only. So I'll take it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't exactly. So once again, we have a lot of Theory reunions. But yeah, and especially now Waru against Luke seems to be like under some form of mind control or something. He's losing himself basically, and like Waru is sort of tempting him, because of course when Anakin went away, he was like, okay, I can still get Luke. I mean, that's also pretty useful, and he's a strong presence in the Force, obviously. So chapter 13, and I think that's actually the last chapter.
It is the last chapter, but just real quickly before we start, wasn't it Hethra's scientist that brought Waru into this universe? And it's kind of weird, like Hethra's like trying to help him get back in exchange for power. It's like, bro, you brought him here in the first place. Like, does Waru know that? I don't even know.
I'm trying to think. I mean, I think this gets explained for the first time in chapter 13, how Waru even got there and what his actual goal was for the book.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it said that he was brought there. I almost read it like that he just, like, at will, like just by chance or something, was taken there. I don't even remember.
But he was like summoned into our I guess it is our, because the galaxy far away, into our universe.
It could be, yeah. I'm not sure.
Hethra's scientist. I think it's not mentioned directly in the Crystal Star. It's in another source, I believe.
This might be it, because the way I might have written something down about like how he got there, but yeah, I seem to have, like, the only thing I seem to remember is he just was there at some point, but he couldn't get away anymore.
Right.
So yeah, we'll see. Maybe I've written something down, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, so exactly. So Luke is now he's inside Waru in the goo, I guess.
Yeah.
And
the Wargoo.
The Wargoo.
The Wagyu. Yeah, there you go. And I do like how he escapes, specifically like how important the kids and Chewie being there is to him being able to have like the willpower to even move out, although it, like, it technically just is like a power of love thing.
Through the power of love.
Exactly. I mean, love is strong. I get it. Yeah, but I think I liked that. I would have said I liked it. It was nice that the children were that important to him. I liked their relationship being a bit more fleshed out, even if it's just that much. Okay, yeah. And now we get what Waru's deal is. So Waru is basically, from an actually from another dimension. So before Children of the Jedi, actually the first book to introduce other dimensions. And what he wants to do, he's at some point he was there, and he needs to eat people basically to because he is able to transform their force into like a sort of anti-force. That's what they even described it to, like they basically have enough power to move away again, to move back again. That's why he keeps doing this thing of demanding sacrifices, especially from people who yearn for some kind of power, like Hethria does. Since Anakin is gone and Luke also managed to escape, he instead takes Hethria, and then he moves away. So Waru is actually gone then. Yeah, and okay, I wrote down it was never specifically established how he arrived in the Star Wars universe, you could say, in the first place. So I don't actually know. Yeah, we don't actually know why how he got there, why
Here,
he got there.
I'll take a quick look. I know there's a
It might
quote.
have been.
It's in my Discord bio, actually.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Here, I'll read the quote to you. Let me see. Bio. Hethra scientists breached the walls between dimensions and brought into existence a massive slab of meat covered with shining golden scales.
There you go. That's because there was this question posed here, and I guess that doesn't specifically answer it, which is, isn't there theoretically a possibility that we just get another Waru again at any point where the story feels like having another Waru? In theory, it could be. I mean, perhaps the knowledge how to do it died with the scientists.
Here's the full quote. Hethra scientists breached the walls between dimensions and brought into existence a massive slab of meat covered with shining golden scales. Though this entity, Waru, lacked discernible sensory organs, it was highly intelligent and could communicate in a deep resonating voice. Vorin Nal's writings describing Waru, and that is specifically from, I can tell you in a second, the New Essential Chronology.
Okay.
By Dan Wallace and Kevin J. Anderson. So, I mean, canonically speaking, Hethra was the one who brought him in. And I guess maybe Waru wasn't aware that Hethra was the one who brought him in, because he's kind of relying on Hethra to help him get back. And I think Hethra is basically just using him.
Exactly. I mean, they're sort of using each other. They have no real ties to each other in any meaningful way. It's just they are useful to each other in a sense. I mean, who knows if Hethria could have even gotten the power that Waru was promising him? Probably not.
Yeah. And sorry, one more thing I wanted to quickly point out is that the Empire Reborn is, I think it was Abel G. Pena who linked it up with, it's a cool EU connection with, if you've ever played Jedi Outcast, Desan and Admiral Galak Fayar, they have like Imperials at their disposal, and you're like, how does this guy Desan, who used to be a apprentice at Luke's academy before he killed another student and fled, like how does he have like an Imperial fleet with stormtroopers and weaponry and all that stuff? And it's because they're a part of the Empire Reborn. And we see we didn't really talk about it, but we see very, very clearly in the Crystal Star that Hethra has all these rich backers essentially that are like funding his operations.
Exactly, like basically like money pigs. They are
like
constantly,
as we mentioned earlier, is one of them. Yeah,
exactly. They have they even had their like competition on who was able to pay more for a specific expedition or something, or just a specific action, and the one who wasn't able to, like the one with the with a lower number, was also basically treated as though he didn't believe enough or something. So that's exactly, that's how it works. And no, that's actually cool. I mean, I haven't played Jedi Outcast yet, at least.
The if you did, you would never know that it was linked to the Crystal Star. This was done in a like a, I think, a magazine article or something like that. It wasn't
actually really fun,
yeah.
No, but that's cool, yeah. So exactly, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty definitive now that Waru is gone, actually, because he had no specific desire to do anything in that universe, so it wouldn't make sense to him. I mean, the only thing he really wanted was to just go. So I get. Yeah, exactly.
Go back home.
And the same thing with like the killing. I suppose you could say the killing wasn't done out of any particular maliciousness, but just like that's how I get my energy to go back. So gonna do it, whatever. Yeah, exactly. So, and we also get that the titular crystal star actually does indeed interfere with the Force. It's also the reason why Hathria's lightsaber didn't work, of course, why everyone's getting a migraine and irate in the presence of the star. Exactly. So, yeah, what's really weird, we have a bit about Leia here where she says that she apparently has never really spoken to people who were really affected by the slave trade. Because, I mean, she also was shocked that slave trading places still exist in a way which seems really
Naive.
It seems uncharacteristically naive to me for someone like Leia, because isn't that like politics 101? Okay, yes, so you get how personal freedoms are a thing. Yeah, not for everyone. So yeah, that was just a bit weird for me. And apparently she got talked out of speaking with victims of slavery on Montu Codru, on Munta Codru, which I didn't. Yeah, because apparently they didn't have anything to say. That was the reasoning given by, I think, by the Codru G, and yeah, that was something I didn't quite know what to make of that. Yeah, but Han counters. Oh yeah, well, you sort of worked yourself to death, so you can't really find time for anything, I guess. Which, whatever, fine. Exactly. So R2, we have R2. He's basically like reprogramming the station so that
the station's getting pulled into the black hole, right?
Exactly. So there's a black hole there, exactly, and the crystal star is getting pulled into the black hole, and of course the station as well. And
which is featured on the cover art, the crystal star kind of like circling,
getting sucked in.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. True. That's true. And yeah, obviously, if the crystal star is fully sucked in, boom boom is gonna happen probably. So the R2 reprograms the station to prevent it from being like vaporized in the detonation that's gonna happen, and also so that the followers of Hathria who are present on the station can be arrested, which is smart. Yeah, and we did get a nice little ending for Luke, where he says like, you've been under the influence of the crystal star and Waru, and you survived. So it's like, it's very clear, okay, Luke was in a horrible position specifically because of those two things, and now he's in a better one. It's good that we get that clarification, that it's not just Luke written horribly, but there's a reason. It's these things.
There's a reason Luke's too powerful, and for a plot convenience, we needed him to be out of commission for most of this book so that we could have a plot.
Basically, yeah. Exactly. And something that I actually didn't write a whole lot. I actually didn't write down anything about it, but that's something that I think Greyholm reminded me of. So if you remember, right at the beginning, we had the werewolf actually also being abducted together with the children. And we were left wondering why exactly this was such a big deal, apparently. So what we learn is, if I understood correctly, is that the werewolves are like a pre-phase of the Codru G.
Yeah.
Was that how it worked? Yeah.
They basically throughout their life cycle, they evolve from a werewolf. It's like the anti-werewolf. They evolve from like the werewolf into like the Codru G, which is that four-armed humanoid.
Exactly, yeah. And the werewolf that was abducted, as far as I understand, was Dr. Iron's son, I think.
Yeah, that's why he cared so much. It's a nice little callback.
So it's just weird. I don't know why you wouldn't just I don't know why you wouldn't just say that originally, but
yeah, it kind of fits with what I said earlier about maybe them not telling her about their culture with the whole kidnapping thing. Maybe like they were kind of holding some stuff back because they were afraid of how like the new.
Yeah, here's where you would say, sorry, it's not really in our culture to explain these things and blah blah blah.
Perhaps, yeah, because like I said, story-wise, it makes sense to me, and I think it's satisfying that it's a little thing that you're left wondering about in the beginning, and it's actually explained towards the end. But yeah, it's just confusing to me character-wise because okay, Leia is very irate. She's panicking. She might not think about every detail, but as soon as Dr. Iron is like, we can't search for your children because they might kill my werewolf. It's like, okay, so I mean, I'm sorry, but but yeah, I mean, it's, I suppose it's not the biggest problem because in the end, Leia went away anyway, so it didn't make a big functional difference. But yeah, it just left me wondering a bit, and that's all of Crystal Star. So we finished.
Wait, did we talk about Hethrer's final fate?
I think I managed that. Okay. I mean, instead of Luke and Anakin, of course, because they escaped and Waru was promised to get Anakin, he was pulled in by he pulled in Hethri instead to give him the power to move back into his dimension.
And went home. God bless him.
Exactly. So we are done with the book.
The greatest story ever told, one might say.
Yeah, one might say.
They'd be wrong, but they might say it.
Exactly. So I guess it's still difficult for me. So maybe you guys go first in whatever order you want to. Out of 10, what is this book to you?
10. I refuse to accept any other. Every deficiency that I mentioned today is far outweighed by all the great things about it. I just want to. I think realistically speaking, for me, it was like an 8 out of 10, maybe 8.5 out of 10. But I think it's a really good book, strong book, and I really enjoyed reading it more than I thought I would. And I wish I hadn't waited 20 years. I wish I would have gone and formed my own opinion instead of like relying on other people to tell me that it was the worst book in the EU, because I think we all agree that it's nowhere near the worst book in the expanded universe.
No, far away from that.
I think there are 3 books that came out right before this book came out that are way worse and actually damage the entire Bantam era. But
I would agree. Like,
I certainly think this book is better than all 3 of those books. Guys, I'm really sorry. I got to pop off. I tried to stay for all of it. Pico, I'm going to come back later and listen to what your thoughts are because I really want to hear them.
Oh, okay.
Jade, thanks for having me. This was epic, but we needed to give it its proper due because it's the Crystal Star, and everybody should read it.
No, thanks for being on until basically the end. I mean, we are done already with the whole book, so no, thanks for staying on for so long. It's been 4 hours. So
I think, we needed to make a good accounting of ourselves because it's the Crystal Star. What more needs to be said?
Exactly, yeah. And yeah, I mean, whenever you want to hop on, you're free to do so again. But
thank you.
In any case, thanks a lot for being here so long, and take care. Have a nice day.
Right, take care, guys.
Bye-bye. So, you're out of 10. Did you change?
I think I may have gone up a little bit throughout this discussion. I started it with a 6 out of 10. I think I might get pushed to a 6.5 or even a 7.
I think that's about the range I'd probably stay in. So I think like right when I was finished, I was like anywhere between 5.5 to 6.5. And now I think like at least a 6.5, if not, it might. Yeah. I might get pushed to a 7 as well.
I think the Luke issues I had were overblown in my head.
The Luke issues definitely. I think the Luke issues have very good explanations to them. Like at least there is something clearly in mind that's not just that's how we just wrote Luke.
Yeah.
Whatever. Leia is well done.
Well done, minus the premise.
Minus the premise, exactly. It always sucks if either the premise, like the beginning, or right the ending, sucks. if those at least work somehow and have like a solid frame, and maybe the middle part is a bit weaker, I like that more than if the actual premise is a bit, shaky. Han was not satisfied with him. Definitely not. Far away from that. I guess I like that there is a connection to the Crispin books because they are excellent books, and sure.
Well, it's more that the Crispin books are connected to this, isn't it?
That's a good point. They might be a. Wait. What's the first?
Because this was 90. This was 94, and
it was the second one.
Paradise Snare.
Paradise, yeah, exactly. Paradise Snare. 97. Okay, yeah, no, exactly. So it's Crispin. It's Crispin connecting to this instead of the other way around. Okay. So, no, I mean, sure. I like the character that was Savary in the Crispin trilogy. I think she added nothing really of value to this book.
Yeah, she could have just been a random girl showing them around the cult, and it would have changed nothing. But
exactly, and Waru as a concept. I mean, I'm not as crazy about it as the guys on the server. Like the guys on the server love it, or love him more. So I think he works fine. The alternate dimension thing is something I have a big question mark next to that. Like, I'm never a fan of that really. Hethria, I think I liked Hethria. He's not the most memorable villain, I would say, but he works fine. He works well, I would say. And yep, Jason, Jaina, Anakin, for like apart from like 2 minor scenes, perhaps pretty excellent. I'm like trying to think. So I give iJedi a 7.5. I'd sort of have to put that into perspective. Yeah, 6.57. I don't think I'm gonna really somewhere in between there. I think. So I also agree. I've improved. Like my own opinion has improved since I've read it. Through the course of this conversation. So yeah, 6.57, somewhere in there. That's probably where I'm gonna rate it as well. Yeah, I think we have been going at it for a long time. I guess that's really all that we're gonna say for now. Next week, I'm gonna see. I might just keep it on Sundays. I think it's a fine day, probably. So I'm probably gonna do Sundays same time. It's gonna be before the storm. So we're gonna start the Black Fleet. Yay! We're slowly getting there. Hand of Thrawn is on the horizon. It's coming, but
we should do a Bantam retrospective afterwards.
I actually thought about like this is something I would probably like do a long format video on, perhaps like just like Bantam era and unbridled rage or something.
What went wrong?
Bantam
era, why?
Exactly, yeah. Why? Just why? No, but yeah, exactly. So Before the Storm is going to be next week, and if you listen for this long, I thank you. And yeah, that's all I have to say for today. So, see ya.
So long.